not treat that like one being this. So, like just list some points.
Yeah. It's not.
Hey Sam.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask, like, what kind of grades have you been getting on your marketing cases?
It's like average like 4.5, 4.6.
Would you mind if I took a look at one more?
Yeah, I didn't present today. I'll do that tomorrow if that's fine. No, I'm not really good at writing cases, so you probably not want to borrow mine, but yeah, if you want to, that'll be fine.
Thanks.
I might have a couple. I don't know.
Maybe Brennan's better, isn't it?
I mean, I haven't gotten great grades on them, like 4 or 5, but I haven't really.
I really being tired of writing cases.
Yeah.
But I still have the rest. Not good.
Pretty good, though. I mean, these, we have 4, 4, and 4, 5, so that's not great, but. Hey, how are you? What's up, bro?
Well, not bad.
Hey, Brendan. How are you? Wonderful. How are you? Oh, time of my life. Yeah, I love it. So, how many weeks do you have to go? What do you think, like 6 or 7? I don't know. What are you doing this summer? Are you staying here? I don't know. How'd your wife say you should do okay?
Oh, not actually.
She's kind of sick.
A lot. It makes all of us, especially me and my son,
Yeah.
so tired.
Yeah, that's hard because when girls get pregnant, a lot of times they do get sick. Do you know what you can do to get sick?
It is November.
Oh, so she's starting on that. That's cool though.
Oh, this is my second child, and I'm not really sure about that.
But nah, that'll be fine.
Well, I'm gonna have a second child.
Yeah. I think you'll be happy about it, like when you're an old grandpa and you're like have a lot of grandkids. Yeah.
Huh. So it's a kind of a future investment.
Yeah.
In the sense of the finance. So you two guys are in the same group, right? For finance design.
I think so. You did respond to our email.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Is I think we'll just be in a group with Because he didn't write this down, so I think we're just gonna be a group with Jennifer and Kelsey.
So you realize a group of 4.
Yeah. But I don't know what he wants because he never responded back to us. So.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like been like 5 days or 4
He
days.
said he was going out of town.
Yeah, but then he was on
the whole weekend.
still like I email when I was with that. It's not like no internet out of town.
Yeah.
It's like kind of weird. Anyway,
But I usually don't like to check my email when I'm out of town.
Yeah.
right now as a like kind of academic, working academic area, I think you should check your email like at least once a day. Otherwise you'll kind of miss something.
I mean, it kind of work. Well, for him, it's a kind of work.
Yeah, but you know, it's like, okay, I don't know, but I do check things every day. Do you read the marketing paper today?
Well, I try to.
I did.
But
Oh, you don't want to write this one. I don't like this one.
Yeah, I didn't write this one. I'm gonna write it. I started writing the next one, Yorktown.
Let's do next week, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I will write that.
It's not too bad.
We schedule another case this week.
No, only one.
Only one this week?
I don't know.
That's due to the terminology committee. The next, we have to kind of review that.
Really?
So there's like 4 cases left. All 3 or 4.
Well, it's like, we have a set on another case on this Wednesday and 2 next week. So, oh, this week is a review.
I think we could change that actually.
Oh, yeah.
Well, one of our teachers said, would it be better to have a review now, or would it be better to have a review? Was that monthly or something?
Let's do some lines to like 3 weeks at school. I don't know.
Is there a test?
No, I hate these things. I'm getting tired of this mention of that. Just want to kind of,
Yeah, me too.
just like get rid of it. Say, I don't care, but
Yeah.
you know, I can, and I have to care. So I don't know, like so demoted with this mention. It's like, okay, halfway through.
Then we don't have, we only have one case this week and 2 cases next week. Yeah. And the last test, the last case is 3 tests.
Oh, really? So there's like 4 more left?
Well, actually 3 more left.
Excluding the-
So, then means I have to do all these 3 cases.
Okay, like, I think it's smart is like do one like some cases here instead of doing like 2 cases in a week. That'll be really tired.
Yeah.
You don't want to kind of finish a case on Monday and then do another one on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well,
You'll be like, that's how you usually do.
well, I'm a last minute person. last minute person. So, yeah, I didn't do any optional one. So,
I'm kind of a last minute person too before. Like everything's like that. You know, and I kind of think that it more like that. That doesn't work for me actually. Just I go last minute like, I still get it doesn't matter. You finish that book review?
well, I'm a last minute person.
Anything?
Well,
Don't worry, tomorrow's the last minute. You can do it today.
yeah, that's what I was planning.
Hey, what did you do about your car? Did you take it in or anything?
Oh, well, it's still.
Is it?
Oh, wow. Probably what you did there.
Well, she's not good. So, well, actually, this semester is kind of very long. My car broke down, my bike got anything, and so on. And everything happened.
I think last semester is okay, like semester like, I don't know, it's like, if you retire this semester.
Yeah, yeah. My assistantship, my job is usually worth a lot more this year, or this semester.
and I think it's add.
That's what Adam and I are taking an extra class.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that adds up.
Couldn't get anything done in day of break.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
Oh, because of the document.
And what we're
It
gonna-
doesn't work like this one.
I'm not sure how it works. Is that just kind of waiting for it to die and then down?
Well, yours have a 64-bit processor, right? It doesn't work on 64 processor.
Yeah, mine only has a 32.
So,
It wouldn't come on. At least I opened it. It looked like it opened.
I think it works. There should be how that works. I don't know.
Well,
I can download that. But it's like,
it's
but
well,
numbers change.
No. Just you can just click the binding file and it's gonna work.
Yeah.
You don't
I think that works. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, okay.
And this is the layout.
Should download that.
Oh, yeah, but the problem is, it's not working.
Why is that?
I guess it's because of the processor is a 64-bit for this one, and this one is 30-bit. But I'm not 100% sure.
It's because your laptop's not very cute.
Let me try it now. I don't know. I didn't bring my wire. I can bring my wire, so I can't, yeah. So that's what
there's a problem with it. Yours have 64 gigabytes. One year, right? Just verify this.
Yeah, just this is not like a publicly, like a public company doesn't have the same goals. as-
Morning corporate.
Christine, how's the weekend?
Good, how about yours?
And you stick around here, you actually head up to.
Yeah.
Yeah, girl. Growing up, did you always buy fastest silver like that?
Friday?
Like silver,
Why?
that's like out of the way.
Yeah, I had to, like, those.
Silver, well, I mean, silver's up there, but it's, where I live, it's a little ways away from there.
How close are this time?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
probably
yeah.
like, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes away from Silverwood.
Are you?
That's not
How you
bad.
doing?
It's not.
Tired?
Uh-huh.
As usual?
I haven't
You
been
know
there in
what the
so
finance
long.
stuff is?
Today? For
Yeah.
today? It's like brief notes
That's it?
for your topic. Yeah, it's not that much.
Okay.
But you have to do a presentation next week. Sometimes after, so.
Ah.
It's not next week, so don't have to worry.
Huh.
Oh no? It's not next week. No, it's not next week. It's next week.
Next.
We have to write a review and marketing case. And
I was like, what to do with this one? There's a website, I'm just looking into it, and then I was like, okay. Okay. And everybody's sending me notes, and they made a note, I was like, I haven't even started yet.
But today's like just a brief note of the kind of points you were
You didn't have to submit that one, right? It's for
today.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you have to submit one.
Oh, you have to submit to the professor?
Yeah.
Okay. So this one, right?
Yeah, I think we'll do.
Oh, okay. So you have to submit it to Dr. Tuttle?
Yeah, just a brief note that
Oh, okay.
there's some points.
Some
Just
point,
really easy.
alright. I have some points there. Okay.
So you finish the book review?
No, not yet. Did you?
I got 1,046 words.
Oh, really?
Today I kind of calculated words.
Yeah.
Words of like.
I know. I was like, was two questions.
Virtues are easy, like summarize all.
Summarize all that.
And the background of the author.
Exactly, yeah, like.
That's easy one.
That's how
I think the third part is easy to just like went through all the books, skim the book,
Uh-huh.
pick some quotes and put that in there.
And
That
I
would be
think that
three.
last one will be the fourth and fifth will be the hard one because you have to give your own thoughts.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't.
Did you read the whole book, Kristen?
Yeah, got through the book.
You
You
got the
like
book?
it?
How you like
You
the
got
book?
through the book? You
Yeah.
read all of them?
Competing on analytics, so, yeah. But I
You-
haven't done my report yet.
You like it?
Some of it's kind of interesting, but it's a little dry.
It's boring.
Yeah, okay, it's
It's
really
just
boring.
dry, it's all dry.
It's, yeah.
I don't like
I mean,
it.
some of it's interesting, it's had some interesting points, but
Yeah, but
it's
you know,
really
it's like kind of
boring.
give a category, definition, example, and that's it. Like, okay, so every time for like repeat it like 100 times maybe.
Exactly.
Because for every topic, it's like this kind of format.
Oh,
And I like the way how he differentiate the book overall.
Yeah, it's I think very kind of organized. Like,
Exactly.
kind
Very
of cut
well
everything very
organized,
kind of
but not.
But the definition kind of explain that's like, okay, so.
If you're not an IT guy, this book is not like that much. for you.
Yeah, it's like, no, even if I like the idea, I don't know how to do it. Because
Exactly.
it doesn't give you how to execute the idea. It's
It all
like,
sounds really
for
cool.
example, Walmart, blah 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 blah. Okay, and Google.
Half of the book is just examples, and he will be the same company over and over and over.
Google, Walmart.
Because he did that thing, he did the research just of 20, 50 companies.
Something common. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just doing that same over and over and that one.
I'm glad it's not a very long book. It was like 100.
80 pages or something?
Yeah.
Hello, Mike.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
Nice.
Good to see you.
Great to see you. So today we're not going to debate anything, right?
Hell yeah, we're gonna debate.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's really not much of a debate when Evan and I are here. It's mostly us telling you two how you're wrong.
True.
How are you?
That's the true confidence. And always,
True confidence.
And then I will always feel like how off I am from the main topic. Oh, this is the road. I'm on that road.
Oh, I'm over here. I wasn't even in the same state. Oh, sweet. That squeaky chair. Me all class. Second turtle says something liberal, I'll be like,
Then when you understand, you go, huh.
huh.
Then again, in a quick second, oh.
Financial management. You guys all did your assignment for today?
No.
Which is like,
For finance?
oh, okay, yeah.
I remembered it about 11:30 last night. Oh yeah!
I did the same, like, I got an email from Lindsay. Here my notes. What notes?
what are you talking about?
What notes? And then he sent his notes too. Fuck.
What group are you guys doing, or what case?
About the conservation stuff, bullshit crap.
Oh,
What one are you guys doing?
you're what is your major?
I'm in environmental science.
Environmental science. I know something along those lines.
I'm working on some law here. This is like dynamics law.
Oh, cool. We did the only correct one on the sheet, the maximize shareholder wealth.
The top one.
So, I was hella confused when I was going to the website. I was like, socialist.
Socialist.
Come on.
Get it off me.
Then I remembered Dr. Porterfield.
I think we can agree to have a difference of opinion.
Exactly.
No, you're still wrong.
Yep. No, then after listening, he was like, but I'm looking something else. What else you have? I don't care about socialism.
4 times.
I started doing and then I showed it. I was like,
So you guys finished the management op homework too, right?
Huh?
The management op homework?
Did homework too? Come on.
You're awake today, Eric.
Oh, I thought there's a game. We're gonna play
Yeah, we
something.
do have to download the games. I took all of
Which
20
one?
seconds.
World War II?
World War II? Yeah. The Call of Duty.
Golf?
Now you're talking.
You
You a golfer?
Kinda. I'm just bigger.
Nice.
We should go.
We need to get out there. Hell yeah.
You're overachiever.
Or, you have what? You have a lot of free time.
Well, in finance there is. Your notes?
Oh, see?
Seriously, like, I was like, holy shit, is there like so much to write about?
Then he said, he was like, what?
I didn't know we were really supposed to do this. I'm like,
And then he said, I was like, fuck.
Gotta write something and.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't.
I wrote all the crap, what I able to find, that's it. I don't know what is wrong.
what do you guys have going on this week? Do a lot.
Not
Not
much.
much.
That's up to tomorrow, then we are.
Good for you. Tomorrow is amazing. Good for you.
We can meet tomorrow.
Oh,
Is that due
no,
tomorrow?
I wasn't asked about that. How about you?
It's pretty easy. 2,000 words? It's like what? 6 pages? 7 pages? I write more than that for my marketing
Yeah.
bullshit. So
Hell no.
that should
Like
be
you
easy.
see and hate. And you
Oh. That's why it's like this way. rather than that way.
That was a socially responsible thing to do.
As a person.
It's a person.
Ethics.
Company? I don't think so. Did you get your notes together?
I did.
Ready to look good?
Oh yeah. Brought legal cases into it. Brought.
Oh, fuck, I didn't do that to you, dude.
This guy's done. I'm just done.
Oh, fuck, dude.
You see him highlight in our group, you guys are dead.
Oh, here we go. I am a master debater.
Man,
Yeah, dude, I just pretty much put together like some pretty neat videos. And then like, I just put it on the website.
Exactly.
Essay responses. Oh,
nice.
The CEO of Whole Foods. And which was neat.
I would almost just read that just for the hell of it. Like that sounds really interesting.
Going to the website, I was like, here that, okay, got this, environmental stuff.
We don't have class today.
Put that in.
We should. That's class today.
What's
10
the
after.
automobile company talk about? Carbon emission.
Glad I caught that.
Huh? That's it.
What's that?
Oh, carbon emission is the main environmental sustainability.
Yeah.
I don't really see how.
Profit when somebody.
The carbon emissions one I have a hard time with because how are you
Oh, the book?
increasing
Yeah,
well,
online
by
investing.
investing?
The last part is really good. Like the company is trying to reduce emission, but still trying to sell the car. It's something about cars.
Dang.
Right now, they're trying to keep
That is cool.
every
I didn't read that.
company, regardless of whatever
It's a marketing.
marketing, it's a marketing show. Rather than like, they're going to like,
Yeah, they do.
You look easy and marriage. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
That's actually, that's what.
Yeah, well, they have to do stuff like
Yeah, dude, I just
Yeah.
got my case done. I'm done with cases now. Gone writing my
Did
cases.
you do today's case?
Yeah.
It's not gonna change.
I know. I screwed something up.
way late.
Yeah, that's me today. I'm like, I'm just a mess today.
Yeah, dude.
I figured it out.
I got like an hour's sleep.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Decided to watch The Pacific last night. The new Band of Brothers.
Oh.
It's a good show.
Is it good?
Yeah, decided to do stuff. I guess I'll do this.
I guess
Started like midnight. Yeah, dude, like right here. This is an extra copy. I think it's really nice. Like, yeah. So I just did like some kind of key points and then
Like a page of just like nonsense, just, you know.
like there's two people that are so awesome. One is me.
If so you clone yourself, you would
Yeah, like I'm almost thinking about taking a yoga class.
just limbering up.
Yeah.
What's facing is our book reducing
Yeah.
Double. Bubble. Supposed to be double.
Better
note that.
Where they used to go and.
So think about it. If there's 35 of us in that class, and there's 2,000 words per paper, that's 70,000 words to read. Yeah, that isn't gonna happen.
Yeah, and make a folder.
I think my case tomorrow.
That's kind of what we were just talking about. I was like, I'm really not concerned. I've got through the first 2 parts of it. It's like, but I normally write more for marketing than anything, so it's gonna be fine.
I have like 1,900 words. You know how many words yours is, Doug?
Like 300 so far.
All right.
Yeah. I just done the first 2 sections, the summary in the background, yeah. And then, pretty much.
sorry.
Everyone, there's donuts. There's donuts over there if you want them.
Why is it so long? Well, I don't fail to.
I got them this morning.
No, I know. I'm saying not all they were to fix it. I will
Thanks for the order.
Got it.
Well, it's gonna take a minute. Hey, what happened? You look prettier.
I hope you look Lindsay when I'm like, Chris is all organized. Or you're thinking about bad life. You're like, I don't know, this means something.
Really?
Should we take a vote?
The one that popped up? Yeah, Hey, what about you?
I like that last one.
Thanks, Evan.
A lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's.
You said it at 9 o'clock. A day late and a dollar short. The new?
All right, I should have assignments today, shouldn't I?
Yes.
Good. Go ahead and pile them up over here.
I thought about it.
Yeah, 9 a.m.
Another. I guess we should put them together, like the top two, since they're going to do the. Just kidding. Yeah. Just kidding.
Can you put them like in the winners pile?
Yeah, like I think they should do a winners pile and a second place pile. There's really no losers.
Just first and last.
All right, let's go ahead and keep plowing through our.
Maybe because I downloaded the Outlook 2010. I got you 100 last night.
All right, let's go ahead and get started today. Just got home yesterday afternoon traveling, so I'm a little fried, but
Where were you?
was in New York with our students.
Oh, sorry.
Interesting trip. So we were talking about risk and return last time we met. I'd like to kind of conclude that conversation today, wrap up a few details. Risk and return is a challenging area. My goal is to have you understand what we know about risk and return in terms of making good decisions. But in addition to that, as a corporate finance manager, in addition to that, and perhaps more challenging, I'd like to introduce you to the area so you have some ability to think about kind of the interesting questions that we ask with respect to risk and return. And it's a very challenging and a very interesting, I don't think we'll use that word anymore. It's very interesting and a very challenging area. So let's kind of get back to where we were. I believe we got through to the point. We talked a little bit about the, call this the modern perspective, if you like. But we talked a little bit about what history has looked like when you look at investments in stocks, bonds, bills, and so on. We talked about what risk premiums look like. We talked about variability across things. Go ahead, Stephen. Go ahead and sit down. Ready to go. So we talked about variability across different asset classes, and you saw that stocks are by far the riskiest asset class versus other asset classes. You also saw that you get compensated for that risk. And in fact, I told you as well that you get more than compensated for that risk as far as our models go from economics. That's why it's called the equity risk premium puzzle. That these are great investments if you look over periods of long years. Now, people tend to be tailored, and the way we're wired as individuals, I think, is that we tend to be too focused on recent history. So if I were to ask you about the stock market versus other investments, you're all going to kind of condition that response on what you've seen in recent history, and no one's going to likely say, yeah, the stock market does great. I mean, we've just come through a really rough time by almost any decade-to-decade measure, right? But do recognize that if you think about a very long horizon, the stock market has done too well, not sufficiently better that we think it's rewarding you for the risk you've taken. And that's really the challenge that we try to deal with in terms of understanding things. We talked about risk, we talked about this picture again. This is kind of the first important picture, and I think we left it here last time. Is that correct? That's my recollection. It's been a while since we met. And what was the punchline from this picture? Diversification, good. And why should you diversify, Eric?
To reduce the risk.
You can reduce the risk. Does it affect your return if you hold a portfolio out here?
Yes.
Well, it affects the variability of your return, but the expected return, what you expect to get, is the same whether you're back here or back here, right? So we didn't talk about this formally yet, but we're going to need to start introducing this. So let's go ahead and bring this up right now. A lot of our decisions now, we're going to start moving into mean variance space. So I'll put on this axis the mean, and I'll write UP. And on this axis, I'll put standard deviation of my portfolio's return, and I'll write that sigma p, all right? We can use that in the notes as well a little bit. But if I were to just draw some crosshairs here and think about the middle, taking you back to your first econ class, this is a little different than your first econ class, but all of the same logic. So if we were to think about these quadrants as 1, 2, 3, and 4, I may have them labeled differently in the notes, I don't recall. Do I have them in your notes? Right away, please double check. Kind of nice if what I do on the board matches your notes. No, I didn't label them perfect. So I want to take you back to your first econ class and ask you where do indifference curves go, so we can understand where you're happier and where you're less happy. And then we're going to build what the choice set looks like, and then we're going to see where we want to be in this picture. Just like you would do basically in a management science or a management operations class, you know, or an econ class. You're going to say, where can I get to? What's my budget or choice set? And then you're going to say, how far can I get in the direction that's better? I'll show you that in a few minutes so you can see it's the same kind of picture. And you're going to move as far as you can in the direction that makes you happiest, right, in the picture. So I'm trying to get you to understand in this picture what happiness is. And the nice easy clue is you live in the Northwest, so that's where you want to go. So remember that. But let's first start by asking, where do indifference curves go? Are you happier or less happy in quadrant 1, so relative to the bullseye in the middle? Would you be happier or less happy if you moved into quadrant 1? I want to find where indifference curves go. So, but just start by asking that simple question, first of all. Would you be happier or less happy if you moved from the middle to quadrant 1? What would that mean? Happier. Pragya says, why? You're absolutely correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't pick on you. Good. Higher expected return, higher mean, and lower risk. So you're happier if you go into quadrant 1. Could you be on the same indifference curve if you're happier? Indifference means you're indifferent between the beginning point and the other point. There is no indifference point in quadrant 1. It's not possible because you're strictly happier. You get more of a good thing and less of a bad thing. Agreed? If you move from here to quadrant 1. How about if you move to quadrant 3? You're strictly worse off, aren't you? Because you've got less of a good thing and more of a bad thing. Just trying to get you to think this is bad, this is good, and this is bad. Typically in your economics classes, when you're looking at this thing, it's guns and butter, or bread and some other product that you're looking at producing. And both are good things. So you'd like more beer and more pizza, but as you take more and more, you have diminishing marginal utility. Remember all those concepts? And you get indifference curves that go like this, right? Because that's a good thing and that's a good thing. In our case, this is a good thing, but this is a bad thing. How about in quadrants 2 and 4? Well, if you work through that, think about it, you're going to find that there is going to be some amount of expected return you will accept in exchange for taking on more risk. Agreed? But you know that, write it this way, that's usually how we summarize that whole discussion. Indifference curves go through 2 and 4, and you're happier as you move this direction. So another indifference curve might look like that. And on the dotted line, you would have higher utility everywhere, right? And this all fits with your economics classes, your microeconomic theory. So, you know, indifference curves, utility, all the utility theory you took has to work in this space as well and be well defined, right? So you have reflexivity, you have completeness, you have transitivity. If A is preferred to B and B is preferred to C, A is preferred to C. Remember those kinds of conversations in your first economics class? We don't have to get back to that, but you do have to get this. Okay, you're happier as you go to the Northwest. An easy way to remember. As you live in the Northwest. Good. So in this picture, we don't have any trade-off between risk and return. And now we're going to up the ante and start thinking about expected return, and we're going to think about risk as measured by portfolio standard deviation. In this picture, all of the portfolios had the same expected return, didn't they? We formed a portfolio of one asset by drawing out of this big urn of all the billiard balls of all the companies. And because we're reaching into the same urn, we might say that the global mean in the urn is 10% on all the stocks. If I put half of my wealth in one stock and half of my wealth in another stock, and I don't know which stocks I'm going to grab, they both have an expected return of 10%, right? Half of 10% plus half of 10% gives me 10%. That's true if I put 20% in each of 5 stocks as well, isn't it? Or 10% in each of 10 stocks. So the expected return in this picture was always the same. We're just measuring the risk. So there can be no trade-off between expected return and risk in this picture. You all get the punchline? This is kind of our first pass at the material, and we're saying that, gee, none of us are stupid. We're all smart. We all understand that other things equal, we'd rather be way out here than back here. The only question is, as we start getting realistic, moving down this curve may cost us money in terms of transaction fees. That's why I had the sidebar with you last time about how do we achieve a point way out here at fairly low cost. And the answer was to find a well-diversified mutual fund. And we introduced that and took us back to that conversation way back when, right? Remember we talked about financial markets earlier? And we had a little picture on the board here about Sally and Joe and all these other folks that contribute small amounts of money, that pool up to big amounts of money, that then are put together to invest in individual stocks and to be well-diversified. And they can either try to beat the market, or they can try to be the market. And those funds that try to be the market are index funds. They're trying to end up with the portfolio way out here somewhere. Not 10, 15, but maybe 300 or 500. I'll bring some examples of that next class, so we can talk about it. Okay, so let's get kind of caught up with our notes. So what does a portfolio look like? Let me just go ahead and do this on the board a little bit, and it's dangerous to do public algebra, but I think it's the only way to get the hang of things. So if we were to think about, do any of these behave well? Or are these ones all bad? I mean, in terms of this is a mess, right? And it was hard to erase last time, so I'd just as soon not put anything on there. And this one doesn't work well. So am I best using the board?
We used one in Yanni's class that worked fine when you opened it.
It works fine if I flip it around?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll try these 2 borders. See if we can write it this way. So if your math is relatively good, and you kind of recall, or how about this board? Is it best? These ones work? Okay, thanks. So let's say we're interested in portfolio return, and the return on my portfolio is a random variable, right? And the nice thing is, I can show you all the interesting results for portfolio mathematics in that picture. So we know we're happiest as we go in that direction, right? And now what I want to do is do what you do in your management science class. Let me take you back to that class as a quick sidebar. So when you do linear programming, you look at good X and good Y, right? And you say Y has to be less than or equal to this amount. X has to be less than or equal to that amount in terms of supplies that you've got, right? And then there's some other constraints that you put on there saying you have to be less than or equal to that amount and greater than or equal to that amount, right? And so you'd say, that's the set I can get to. Remember that kind of conversation in your linear programming? Did you do that kind of picture? And then what you do is you say, let's choose an objective function that has that slope, and we shift it out as far as possible, right, to get the maximum profit, for instance. We're interested in utility here, but I'm going to keep shifting that out, and I'm going to find, my graphing isn't very good, but you can see I got a corner solution right there when I shift it out as far as possible. Remember that graphical representation of what you did? I want to do the same thing in this picture. So you had your profit going out as we move this line out to the northeast in this case. What we're going to do in this case is happiness is going up as we go to the northwest, right? I want to show you next, and I kind of want to do this quickly because this is the kind of stuff in an investments class you would spend You spend at least a week or two doing this. But we know we're happier in this direction now, right? And I'm going to show you that the choice set of the risky assets, let's draw it this way. You can draw it a few different ways depending on the assumptions that you make. I'm going to show you that's what the choice set looks like of risky assets that you can invest in. And then I'm going to show you that you can combine riskless lending and borrowing. But if I were to show you that, let's ignore riskless lending and borrowing for a moment, we'll come back to that later. We want to get as far as possible this way, so you know that this point, for instance, is better than this point, right? Because it's above it. It offers a higher expected return for a given level of risk. You all see that? We can make statements like that. But I need to next show you what the choices look like. And to think about the choices and how we get this picture, what we're going to do next is we're going to say, let's look at all the ways we can combine two assets. So I want to ask you, if you put your money in IBM and you put your money in GM, what does that combination of IBM and GM look like? And of course, you're not really interested in just IBM and GM. You're interested in IBM and GM and Microsoft. And in that previous picture, all the combinations of assets that move you out to combining 300 assets, right? But the nice thing is I can do all of that just by repeatedly applying two asset diversification with a little bit of geometry and a little bit of smooth talk. But I'm not really hiding anything by doing that. And feel free to pepper me with questions as we go. So let's go ahead and do that. What does the return on a portfolio look like? Well, as a random variable, the return on that portfolio, did I use X's or W's in your notes just a moment ago? In the slide I just did.
X's.
X's, thanks. So I could say x1 times r1 plus x2 times r2. These are both random variables, right? So this is the weight that goes into asset 1. This is the weight in asset 2. This is the random variable, and this is a random variable, right? R1 comes from some distribution. R2 comes from some distribution. Each distribution has a middle and an amount of spread outness that we've been talking about, a mean and a standard deviation, right? That describes those distributions. What we don't have yet that we need, and we need to critically understand, is that things move together or apart. When asset 1 goes up, asset 2 might go up, asset 2 might go down, or they might be unrelated. And you've dealt with that a lot, again, in your decision science class, and we've talked about it before. Let's give you a finance example or two as we move forward. But you do know, for instance, that when you buy an insurance policy, I'll give you a specific example in a few minutes if we have some time for it, in a little spreadsheet. You do know that when you buy insurance, what happens? Why do you buy insurance on your house, for instance? Because if your house burns down, it pays off, right? Why is that valuable? Let's think about that in two manners. If I were to think about, actually maybe it's just as good to pull up right now. I don't want to lose the forest for the trees here. I'd like to make sure you get the punchline here. And let's just talk through this. So your home is worth 100 grand and you purchased it with cash. Can y'all read that okay? I mean, you don't really have to. You can see the timeline and I can talk through it. But your home is worth 100 grand, you purchased it with cash. You expect the home will be worth 110 grand in the case of no fire next year. So you purchase it for 100 grand, it's going to be worth 110 grand if there's no fire. You can buy a fire insurance policy for 500 bucks. It'll pay off 110 grand. Let's say we jump to the end of the period to see, did we have a fire or did we not? You follow? So, and we're going to assume the probability of a fire is 0.004. So there's a very tiny chance of a fire. Now before we do this example even, let's talk about it a little bit. So why did you buy the insurance policy? You bought the insurance policy because you'd like to have an asset that pays off when you need it the most, when your house burns down, right? Why is that so valuable to you? Well, it's because, remember your diminishing marginal utility, the extra value you get is most important when your consumption is really weak, right? It's that first piece of pizza that tastes the best, not the 101st. So when your consumption is really low, when your house burnt down, that's when you most want the fire insurance, right, to pay off. So you're willing to pay for an asset, and you know this intuitively, but I want to make sure we solidify it for you, and this example walks you through it, shows you how you can think about it in terms of things we've done. That insurance policy pays off right when you need it the most. And you can think about the insurance policy as an investment. For now, I want you just for a second to think of the insurance policy as one investment and the house as a different investment. And we're putting the two together. And when you invest in an insurance policy, how much money do you expect to make on the insurance policy by itself? Zero. You know that the investment in the house is going to make about 10% because this number is about zero, right? In this example? But in fact, I think we'd all agree, zero is what we call an actuarially fair rate of return for the insurance policy. But we know that the insurance company makes a little bit of money, right? Everyone's got to get a little piece. And so if the insurance company makes a little bit of money, you know that the insurance investment is actually going to lose money for you personally. I'm not suggesting not to invest in insurance. Far from it. I think it's a great investment. But not as an investment in isolation. You don't invest in an insurance policy because it's a good investment held by itself. You invest in an insurance policy because it's valuable when combined with your house. And why is that? Well, because when the house value goes to zero, that's when the insurance value pays off. It's just like that picture I drew where the one investment went up and down and the other went down and up, right? They perfectly negatively covary with one another in finance speak. And you can work through this example and you can say, what's the return? You know, if you invest in the home, if you invest in the insurance policy, when they pay off, you know, you can set up a little picture that says no fire and fire, what's the probability of each, what's the return in each case, and you can look at the portfolio standard deviation, the expected rate of return you can see on that portfolios right here, and you can combine those two in such a way to eliminate your risk, right? I mean, let's just jump down to this one. If you put an investment in the house and the insurance policy, if you look at the investment in the house, in the case of a fire, it's worth nothing in the future, right? Let's just jump to the ending values because that's the most intuitive part to look at. If you look at the ending values, in the case of fire, the house is worth zero, let's say. Let's ignore the land value and say we're just insuring the home, okay? And in the case of no fire, it's worth 110. We're jumping to time one, right? How about if we look at the insurance policy?
I like donuts.
You like donuts? Excellent. Go ahead and help yourself to one as you come by. Are they gone, by the way? Tyler, go ahead and help yourself if you want one. Anyone? Okay, how about the insurance policy? In the case of fire, we're going to just simplify the example and assume you're fully insured, you get 110 grand. In the case of no fire, zero, right? Everyone with me so far? So why is that important? Well, the portfolio, or the combination of these two assets, is worth 110 grand in both scenarios, right? So the rate of return on the portfolio in this case is going to be 10. I'm ignoring the cost of the insurance policy in this example, but 10% in both cases. And that's what's valuable. So you're willing to take a little drop here and here, right, to improve your overall portfolio position. But the point I want to get across is, oops, it's that movement of how the assets move together that's so important. So if we come back to just this simple picture, just to motivate that, that's what all that was for, just to motivate this analysis, the return on the portfolio is a random variable. And it's related to the randomness in the return on asset 1 and the randomness in the return on asset 2. And whatever you decide to invest in asset 1, if you put 30% of, think of this number as like 0.3, would represent 30% in asset 1. If you put 30% in asset 1, you can put 70% in asset 2, right? And we can go ahead and plug in x2 is equal to 1 minus x1 and just carry through this, that's fine. But let's talk a little bit then about what does the expected return of my portfolio look like. And we might write that as EP. I don't like written in red. So what's the expected return on my portfolio? Well, that's just equal to x1 times the expected return on asset 1 plus x2 times the expected return on asset 2, right? Which we can write in shorthand as x1 E1 plus x2 E2. And we talked about that before, right? If I told you that you were reaching into that urn and you were investing in two stocks, stock 1 and stock 2, what's the return on your portfolio? In our case, we had 0.5 for x1 and 0.5 for x2. So the expected return on our portfolio was 0.5 times 10% plus 0.5 times 10%, because those were both 10% in our example, right? But now we're allowing each one of these to have different distributions. This might be an insurance policy, this might be your house, this might be IBM, and this might be GM, right? You follow? Intuitively? We also want to know how spread out is this distribution. So we want to know what's the variance. We ultimately want to know the standard deviation, but the variance of our portfolio, you can write a sigma squared p and use that same terminology in your classroom before as well, right? So let's put down a couple of punchlines here. What's the variance of ax for some constant a and some random variable x? Forget what a is and forget what x is. A is a constant, x is a random variable. You're a statistician for a moment. What's the variance of a constant times a random variable? You can go back to your table and build this, multiply all the returns in your table before by a constant, and you'll see this result is true. Some of you folks over there ought to know this. Anyone know? Thank you. Say it louder when I ask again. Okay, what is it?
A squared times variance of x.
Good. A squared variance of x. Good. Constant comes out squared. It doesn't come out as just a. How about if I ask you what's the variance of x plus y? Yin? Almost. We're missing. Is it just the variance of x plus the variance of y? Not quite. There's one more piece, and that's plus 2 times the covariance between those assets. And that's what's tedious, and that's what you're going to hate, but that's what made that diversification benefit happen. It's that covariance that matters. It's the covariance that made the house insurance policy and the home offset one another in risk. They perfectly negatively covariate. So that covariance term wipes away the variance terms. And you can get a portfolio that has 0 risk even when the individual components have risk. Remember the picture that had X going up and down like this? If I talk about IBM and GM going down and up, and they offset one another and we had a flat line, remember that? That's the covariance washing out the variances, intuitively. To see that mathematically, we need to recognize that the variance of so I have a bunch of markers that are dying, but I have variance of x plus the variance of y plus 2 times the covariance of x and y. X comma y is how we write that. And the covariance is equal to the correlation. Let me just write this in shorthand. You can write more down if you care later. So sigma x is the standard deviation of x, sigma y is the standard deviation of y, and rho xy is the correlation between x and y. So if your stats is good, this stuff all makes sense and this all fits. If it isn't, I don't really care that much. You can just jump to this punchline over here that I'm going to give you. I don't want you to think I'm missing anything, because I'm not. It's all here. So what is the variance then of the sum? The variance of the sum, this is a sum, right? It's a weighted sum, but it's a sum. The variance of the sum is not the sum of the variances. We know that because we got this covariance term, right? But we can apply this second rule, where this term here is this term, and this term here is this term, right? And then we're going to need to apply this rule when I got a constant that comes up in front of it, right? That's what I want to do next. I don't want to do it too slowly, because if you get it, great. If not, this is your punchline. You can go back and look at it later. It's just applying these 2 rules to the sum here. This is the random variable we're interested in, this weighted average. What's the variance? So it's the variance of this term plus the variance of this term plus 2 times the covariance between these terms, right? Okay, what's the variance of x1 r1? I just applied this, right? What's the variance of x1 r1? It's x1 squared times the variance of r1. So I get x1 squared. I'm going to write this in our shorthand. Sigma squared 1. That's the variance of r1. Good. Plus, what's the variance of this part? That's the same question with 2's. Plus x2 squared, sigma 2 squared, plus 2 times, I'm just going to jump to this part here, right? Plus 2 times x1, x2, rho x1, x2, sigma x1, sigma x2. Correct me if I get an algebra error here, but you should match your notes as well. I don't see the problem. Get it? Got it good? Good, Kate? No? You know, I don't, if you come through kind of a standard MBA program, you may or may not get these points. But this point you can repeatedly apply in an Excel spreadsheet, and you can do interesting things. And you can actually then build this picture, which is nice. So for instance, okay, so that's just confirming the bottom result we've got there. Let's suppose, for instance, let's leave that the way it is for now. You can make up the one letter that's covered up. You invest 60% of your portfolio in ExxonMobil and 40% in Coke. And your expected return, this value here on ExxonMobil is 10%, and on Coke is 15%. Just showing you where it comes up here as we're looking at it. The standard deviation of the annualized daily returns are this value here. Well, standard deviation, so sigma 1, not sigma squared 1. But sigma 1 is 18.2%, and sigma 2 is 27.3%. You follow how things plug in? Assume a correlation coefficient of 1, so they're perfectly positively correlated. That's this term here is 1. What's the portfolio variance in this case? Well, it's going to be x1 squared times, this is the standard deviation of asset 1 squared, is the variance, right? Plus x2 squared times the standard deviation of asset 2 squared, plus 2 times x1, x2 times 1, which we can ignore, right? That's the identity, times the standard deviation of the 2, sigma x1, sigma x2. You follow? Yeah.
Which variable represents
Rho. This variable here. And in this case, it's 1. So because it's 1, you can ignore it, right? When you're multiplying, 1 is the identity, so we can drop it. Yeah.
Where is the out of the point of that question is more than means the sub value of the Coke and ExxonMobil as related?
Perfectly related. Not just a little bit related, but perfectly related. So you're not going to find that. That's what I'm going to go into next. So let me just leave your question on the back burner for 10 seconds, okay? And I'll come right back to it. But mechanically, do you all understand how to plug in all the pieces here? And then you've got the variance, came out to 476.99. Standard deviation is the square root of the variance. And you're off to the races. Okay. Okay, so if we take a look at another example, we have ABC Corporation and Big Corporation. They have respective standard deviations of 28 and 42, 60 and 40% of the portfolio, 15 and 21%, with a correlation coefficient of 0.4 now. The standard deviation of the portfolio is 28.1%. The return is the weighted average, and for the portfolio it's 17.4%. I should have equals here, sorry about that. Notice that the weighted average standard deviation is 33.6%. So if you were to just say, what's the weighted average of the standard deviations, you would get 33.6%. The actual standard deviation is 28.1%. I'm kind of leading you into Bum's question before. If you look at the previous example with the correlation coefficient of 1, the standard deviation of the portfolio is the weighted average of the standard deviation of the components. Only because the correlation coefficient is 1. For any correlation coefficient that's smaller, this number here, the portfolio standard deviation, is going to be less than the average correlation of the components. Let me show you that in a graph. We'll come back to some of this later. Some more whiteboard space. So what have we shown so far? It's kind of big back here. Everyone have all this down? I want to flip it close and use the board for a bit. So we actually have those equations are sufficient then. We then ask the question, what if you were to put your wealth in a combination of asset 1 and asset 2? So I can put the expected return on this axis, and I'll use mu p for shorthand and sigma p for shorthand for the risk, right? Everyone recalls that? What we could do next then is we could say, let's suppose asset 1 was here and asset 2 was here. Let's talk about that a little bit and think about what the picture would look like. if I put all of my wealth in asset 1, it has some expected return, right? And it has some standard deviation. Everyone agrees? That point represents E of asset 1 and sigma of asset 1. Asset 2 has some standard deviation and some expected return. Let's call that E2 and sigma 2. Okay? If you put x1 equal to 1 in that example up above, now let's talk about putting these two things together with only a fully weighted portfolio. So whatever you put in asset 1, whatever proportion of wealth you put in asset 1 restricts what you can put in asset 2, so you can only invest all of your wealth. We can actually go a little beyond that, but let's limit it to that for now. So if I have $100,000, I can put $100,000 in asset 1. That means x1 is going to be 1. I invested 100% of my wealth in asset 1, and I can't invest anything in asset 2. Or I could put 50 grand in each, and I would have 0.5 and 0.5 for x1 and x2. Or I could put 30 grand in x1, which would be x1 of, you gotta get comfortable with this because you need to be able to answer these questions later. If I put 30 grand in asset 1, x1 is 0.3, and therefore x2 would be 0.7. Good. But I don't invest in the one asset, I invest in the other. So again, if I put all of my wealth in asset 1, where do I plot in this picture? This is like you walked into the mall and you're looking at the map and you want to say, where am I? And if you put all of your wealth in asset 1, and you look at the formula that we just had on here, where are you going to be? If you put all of your wealth in asset 1, x1 is 1, so this part goes away, right? So you're just invested, the portfolio return is assets 1 return, so we can ignore all this x's and analysis, and we know that our portfolio is this point, right? If we put all of our wealth in asset 2, we're at this point. We're interested now in portfolios or combinations of x1 and x2. And now it depends on what the correlation coefficient is as to how we play connect the dots, coming back to your comment, Bob. So you were just a little ahead of us. If the correlation coefficient is 1, let me just write it shorthand, row 1, 2. Okay, you all follow between x1 and x2, between asset 1 and asset 2. I'll just write row 1, 2. All right? If that correlation coefficient is +1, you can just use straight lines to connect the dots. If the correlation coefficient is -1, let's take the more realistic case. If it's something less than 1, I'm saying 0, but I don't know if that's exactly right. But the point is the shape will look roughly like that. If the correlation coefficient between the two assets is less than perfectly positively positive or negative, you're going to get this kind of a funny shape. Just trust me on that. But you can do it on your own. You have the formulas, and you can go ahead and do it, right? Easy to set up in a spreadsheet. I could walk you through it step by step. I can show you one if you want. Let me leave that for those of you who are interested and not for the whole class, okay? So how about if the assets are perfectly negatively correlated? Well, if they're perfectly negatively correlated, now we're in a situation like that insurance example. If they're perfectly negatively correlated, there's a combination of asset 1 and 2 that you can choose to make the total risk 0. And not necessarily 50-50, depends on the magnitude of the sigmas. But you can solve for the weights that give you the portfolio variance of 0. Just go ahead. All you're doing, if I asked you to solve for this portfolio right here, and I told you the correlation coefficient was -1, if I told you to look at two assets, and I said, we want to know what x1 and x2 are to make the portfolio variance 0, because you were worried about perfectly insuring your home, you would plug in the standard deviation and then square it for the home, the standard deviation and square it for the insurance policy, right? And you know the correlation coefficient here is -1, so this is going to become a minus, and then you can drop that as well, right? You know this term, that's what I just gave you up here, and you know this term, that's what I just gave you here, right? Drop those x's just for shorthand because I've already jumped to it here. Good? Good, Adam? Remember, this was 18.7%, and then we squared it in the first example, and this was 27%. And I gave you that home insurance example. I could give you the inputs for the home. The home was going to have some return and some standard deviation, right? The insurance policy had some return and some standard deviation, and the correlation coefficient between the two was going to be -1, right? So you could solve then for how much to invest in the home, and 1 minus that amount would be what you invested in the insurance policy, right? And you could do that in such a way that this was equal to 0. Because there will be an x1 and an x2 that give you an overall 0 if the correlation coefficient is -1. You know, if that's what you're interested in. The only point I really want you to take from here that's real important is that when you combine assets that are less than perfectly positively correlated, you're going to get a connect the dots that looks like this green line in here. I wish it came over brighter. Let's say the red curvy line. So when I put together two assets that are less than perfectly positively correlated, I get that kind of a connect the dots. Okay? So now I want to repeatedly use that connect the dots. And for any correlation coefficient we observe between two assets, almost always, it's not going to be perfectly positive, and you're never going to find perfectly negative. You're going to look all you like, but you're never going to find perfectly negative. Typically, you're going to find numbers about 0.3, by the way, which is going to look roughly the same as this. You're not going to be able to visually see the difference. But let's say when I grab two assets randomly, I find a correlation coefficient of about 0.3. And let's just see what happens if we trace through what happens when we combine them, so we can understand geometrically how to proceed. So what I want to do now is say, I know this seems like heavy lifting, but there is no shorter way to write the problem than this way. So this board is the most succinct way that's small without matrix algebra to write this problem. If you're good with matrix algebra, we can do the whole thing with quadratic forms and matrix algebra, and we're going to treat a vector of weights as x1 to x2, x3 down to xn. And we're going to have all the expected returns on all those assets in a vector. And we'll have all the covariant, we'll have a full covariance matrix that's n by n, if you're good with matrix algebra. I'm expecting you're not, so we're not going that way. The nice thing I can do here, though, is I can do everything in that context just with the two asset case repeatedly extended geometrically. So all of this is summarized in this little picture. Agreed? Trust me is all I really want you to say. So if that's true, and it is, if that's true, then we can repeatedly apply that problem. And I can go back and say, let's just look at the case now where I have asset 1 and asset 2. If I put all of my wealth in asset 1, where am I in the picture? I'm here, right? Good. If I put all of my wealth in asset 2, I'm here. If we think about connect the dots, if I put, that's a bad hyperbole piece, so let's go ahead and just do it. Like that. If I put, say, 30% of my wealth in asset 2 and the remainder in asset 1, I'll be up here somewhere. If I say put 40% of my wealth in asset 1 and 60% in asset 2, I'll be down here somewhere. You follow? You get it? And you can map that out, but just plug it into the formula. How about if I looked at another asset? Let's say we did the same thing again and we looked at asset 3. If I put all of my wealth in asset 3, I would be right here, right? If I put all of my wealth in asset 2, I would be here. I could then form combinations of asset 2 and asset 3. You all agree? Or I could form combinations of asset 3 and asset 1. You see, I'm just repeatedly applying. Once you understand the connect the dots, we can repeatedly apply that logic. Now, of course, these connect the dots between 2 and 3 does technically depend, of course, on the correlation between 2 and 3. And I'm assuming if it's got the same curvature here, that it's the same. I don't really care. As long as it's not -1, I'm going to bounce back off here. And you're not going to find that. Search as you might. You know, in the world of stocks. If you look at an insurance policy on your home, you will, because you created the insurance policy to do exactly that, didn't you? You follow? Similarly, I can combine asset 3 with asset 1. Agreed? I really only want one more point conceptually for you to think about, and then we're done. What does this point here represent? Just intuitively. Doesn't have to be exact. That little x. Yeah, Adam.
Is that like the combination of all the correlations?
It's a combination of what? 1 and 2. Perfect. So this point x represents a combination of asset 1 and 2. Let's call it asset A. I can combine asset A with asset 3, right? And I could get something on, oops, these markers get annoying. I can get something on the black line, right? Using the same logic again. You follow? I just want you to understand that the interior is full. Because there's nothing special about A. I could have done that with any point between 1 and 2, right? So the middle's full. We could get that a different way as well, but let's just do it with combinations. So if I have that for combining assets 1, 2, and 3, do I have to stop after combining assets 1, 2, and 3? Well, absolutely not. I can keep going. And if I keep going, what am I going to get? Can I erase this? If I keep going, I'm going to end up with a picture like you'll see in your notes and in the textbook that looks kind of like this. Right? And what's going on back here? Well, this is like, these are the inefficient assets that are on the bottom of this frontier, of this set of combinations of risky assets. So you understand why these take this shape now, right? At the bottom. And you understand what the combinations of these other assets look like on the smooth frontier up top here. Agreed? Okay, these are long-only combinations. If you looked at allowing short sales and margin buying, things would look a little different, but let's leave it at that for now, okay? We don't even have lending and borrowing yet, but if we allow short sales, things can look a little different. Let's kind of come back to our, what's going on here?
I have it on screen.
Oh, thank you. You're right. So, single image, let's do about things bounce back. Say again?
Just kidding, I don't know. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, okay, good. So we talked about putting together different investments. I know this is heavy lifting, but I also know there's nothing in here that we don't use a lot in practice. So just trust me on that for now. I kind of want to leave that up there, but I can't. Okay, so let's get rid of the picture and just move forward so I can go back and forth easily. So we talked about combining asset 1 and asset 2. We talked about adding some correlations different. So all of this analysis that we've done up till now, basically this picture over here, that was Harry Markowitz. That's what he found. And he said, well, this is kind of a neat picture, and and kind of extending it a little bit. This is long-only combinations, but what if I were to talk about a slightly different piece, and you've actually got all the mathematics, but let me just do the next round of mathematics a little more quickly so you can see it. If you were to look at this set of equations here again, one more time, and I were to tell you that asset 1, instead of being IBM or GM or some risky asset, if I told you this was a constant, not a risky asset, but a riskless asset, what's special about investing? We showed you this in slide 1, right? If I said you invested in a riskless asset, and you invested in a government treasury bill and you got back 3%, you know for sure you're getting back 3%, right? You know that at the end of the year, if you invest $100, you get back 103. Good? Is there any standard deviation to that investment? No, it's flat. Ignoring inflation risk, you know exactly what you're going to get, right? Does it covariate with anything else? No, it doesn't covariate, it's a constant. And because it's a constant, you could actually lose this squiggle, which your text will do everywhere. I've been precise on this slide, but if this becomes a constant, everything down below gets a lot more simplified, doesn't it? This piece is the same, but it was already simple. In this piece down here, what happens to this part? If the first asset is riskless, that becomes 0. If that's 0 and that's 0, this part goes away, so we're left with just this part. You see that? Now you have expected return is linear for the portfolio, and you also have that the variance is now linear in the weight squared, or the standard deviation is linear in the weight, which is very nice. What that means graphically is, if you put a riskless asset in here, and I know I'm doing this piece fast, but if you put in a riskless asset here, and let's label it with RF for the risk-free rate, you can put together, as we'll see, positions on this picture, on this line. Okay, let me go ahead now and talk about kind of combinations with the riskless asset. So, I don't want to, maybe that's just a little too far too fast. Let me get caught up with my notes a little bit, and then we'll come back to that. Okay, so combinations, combining stocks in portfolios can reduce standard deviation below the weighted average of the individual standard deviations, as we saw in that example we just did. Efficient portfolios are the portfolios that have the lowest level of standard deviation for a given level of expected return. So can you ignore the blue on here for just a minute? An efficient portfolio has the lowest level of standard deviation for a given level of expected return. Do you follow? So take a horizontal slice. That portfolio is an efficient, risky portfolio because it has the lowest standard deviation possible for a given expected return. You all follow? This portfolio here, right, inside the double circle, is also an efficient risky portfolio. Because again, for this horizontal slice up here, at 15%, that's the lowest risky portfolio you could form, right? It has this much risk for this expected return. So all of the points on this segment, this actually doesn't factor in, but all the points on there are the efficient risky portfolios if you draw them that way. Whether you take a look at this backward bending part, you're never going to invest in that, but whether you include it or not, in this definition you would, because of the way I've written this in the checks agreement, for a given level of expected return. Okay. Normally we just think about it from this vertex point up. But let's just talk about it in terms of this segment, okay? So if we just focus in on that kind of non-backward bending segment from here to here, let's talk about those pieces. Can you see this picture in this space? And let's talk about this investment here. Let's call that A versus this investment here. Let's call it B. And let's also talk about this investment over here. We'll call it C. And again, our axes are mu P and sigma P. I want you to understand how this fits with our utility conversation. Would anyone choose asset C or asset B over asset C? Why not, Mike?
You're taking on more risk at the same level of return.
Good. So all investors, remember our earlier conversation, all investors will prefer C to B, right? Because for the same level of expected return, they get less risk. Again, all risk, and when we're saying that, we're saying all risk-averse investors. And by risk-averse, I just mean for a given level of this, they prefer less of this. Similarly, would any risk-averse investor choose asset B over asset A? Absolutely not, because again, asset A has a higher expected return for a given level of risk than asset B. So we would say that assets A and C are superior to asset B, right? In finance or economics speak, and if you want to read through the textbook, you'll say they mean variance dominate. Mean variance dominate. Okay? And we know that investors are only going to end up by kind of repeatedly applying that logic on this non-backward bending segment. Agreed? That gets us that far in the picture, which is nice. We don't have any lending and borrowing in this picture yet, right? If I add to this picture the ability to lend and borrow, and I look at that in this picture, then I introduce this new, let's put a box around it, this new point here with the box. So someone interpret this box for me, and you need to understand now the mechanics of what's going on behind the scenes that I walked you through a few minutes ago. If you put all of your wealth in treasury bills, you'll be right here. You follow? If you put all of your wealth in the market portfolio, what I'm going to later call the market portfolio, for now let's just call it this particular risky portfolio, you'll be here. If you put half in each, you'll be halfway along the line. If you borrow money at the risk-free rate and invest more than all of your wealth in the market, you'll move out here. For buying on margin? Okay, that's how you move out here. So that's mechanically how you create the blue line. Now let's do the same thing we did over here with the blue line. Can you jump to that? What do you observe about points on the blue line versus any other point in the picture? What does the blue line do that we didn't have before? The blue line is everywhere above everything else, right? What does everywhere above mean? It means that for any standard deviation, there's a higher expected return portfolio on the blue line than anything else you might have considered. Agreed? In finance and economics speak, that's called two-fund separation. It's really powerful. Remember we had separation over time way back when? In one of our first lectures? A long, long time ago? This is separation over risk. You first determine what this portfolio is, which we'll talk about as we move forward. And then you figure out where do you want to be on the blue line. And if you got this one right, where you want to be on the blue line makes you better than everyone else and every other investment you could have made for yourself. Just take a few examples. Consider this point here. I'll give you a question I like to ask on exams. Let's take the triangle and the circle. So you talk to your Aunt Bessie. She sat down for coffee with you. She thinks everything you do is golden. And she really liked your conversation about diversification and mean variance stuff, but she got lost at the end. But she got the gist of it, she thought. And so she's going to take advantage of holding a diversified portfolio. But because she doesn't like risky stocks, she's only going to invest in blue chip stocks. She's only going to look at the very best stocks. The only stocks in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, for instance, only those 30 stocks. But she's going to hold a well-diversified portfolio of those blue chippers. And your response to her might be something that relates to that double-circled red X and the diamond-circled red X. What might you tell her? That'll help you answer. What's her best case scenario? Did you follow the story I laid out for her? She's diversifying somewhat, right? But she's only looking at those low-risk stocks, agreed? So her best case scenario is to be down here somewhere. A relatively efficient portfolio, that blue dot, a relatively efficient portfolio of risky securities that have low risk. But she didn't include any of the high-risk securities, so there's no way she's going to get that mean up. But she didn't want to invest in this portfolio. That's what she didn't want, was this portfolio, right, in terms of the intuition? What is this portfolio, and how is it different than this portfolio, and how does this portfolio relate to this portfolio? And how do you give her good advice that she can understand? Yeah.
Well, from blue dot to red dot, you're just making more money.
To red, let's call this just for kicks so we know what we're talking about. Let's call blue dot, red X, and red dot, okay? Good. So from blue dot to red X is what you meant.
You're just making more money at the same risk.
You're making more expected return for the same level of risk. So all investors would prefer the red X to the blue dot. We all agree? And you can do the same thing I did on the other side. It's on the same vertical slice, right? But it has a higher expected return. So if I presented you with that comparison, you would all prefer the red X to the blue dot. But you get her point, don't you? That this one's too risky for her. But she didn't understand, no, you shouldn't, you're not saying invest in this one. You're saying this is the optimal risky portfolio, but I can get you back to here. So now you need to tell her what to do. I mean, that's when it becomes an MBA, right? I don't care that you get all the math, but you got to get the answer intuitively to give good advice. So two-fund separation says, okay, you're not going to invest in, you want to invest in this portfolio because you don't like this portfolio. But I can get you back to here, which you understand is better than here. So how? What do you tell her to do? And how do you justify it? And why does that work? Well, what does this portfolio represent? How do you get here?
Invest more risky stocks.
You invest in this optimal risky portfolio, right? So let's say we know how to do that. Let's call that a defined portfolio. But I don't want to be here. I want to be back here. What does this point represent?
Riskless.
Riskless, but again, investing strategy, what do? You have 100 grand, you invest 100 grand in the riskless asset, right? In the treasury bill. What does the point 40% along the line connecting the two segments represent? You have 100 grand. Let's make it actual. So you understand, I mean, I don't want you to lose the forest here, and this is an important tree. This last strategy part. If you had 100 grand and you wanted to attain the X, what do you do with your 100,000?
The percentage of risk.
Good. Well, let's say I said 40%. I said it's 40% of the way, so you want 40% of the risk. So you put 40% of your wealth in the risky portfolio and 60% in the riskless. If you like, from here, you're 60% back, or you're taking 40% of the risk. Either way you like thinking about it are correct. It's nice with the straight line interpretation. Math for risk. Do you get the intuition? By this, you can have exactly the same conversation about up here, right? Someone who likes more risk as opposed to someone who's conservative. You know, Aunt Betsy was the opposite of the scenario I just described. Instead of being conservative, she was ultra aggressive. And she wanted to invest in only NASDAQ stocks. Her best case scenario would be up here somewhere, but she'd be better off moving up to here, wouldn't she? Yeah. And you need to talk about how you can borrow at this rate to move up. And if you have different lending and borrowing rates, let's leave that for later. Oh, we have time. We're good still. We're good. Let's go ahead and pass this around, give you a feel for what the market looks like. We talked about individual stocks. I showed you data, but I didn't show you kind of overall market data. And so I'm passing around kind of this morning's report from the Wall Street Journal in terms of the markets. Let's get caught up with their notes just as a little review. If you put all of your wealth, same axes here, if you put all of your wealth in Coke, you're up here. If you put all of your wealth in ExxonMobil, you're down here, right? If you put half and half, you're maybe in here-ish. This isn't nice and easy in terms of, it's not, there's a whole bunch of points in here basically. So this point doesn't represent, it looks like this point is more this is 40% in coke, because this distance goes quick in terms of combinations, all right? But don't let that hang you up too much. You can go ahead and get that wrong on the exam, but I won't really care that much, because it's the essence that's important over here. And it does work perfectly with the straight line, as I said. It is just a fraction of the distance. If we were to look at all of the choices that are out there and repeatedly apply what I did over there before I erased those boards, if you combine asset 1 and asset 2, you get this connected dot. If you combine asset 3 and asset 4, you get that connected dots. Understand? And you can fill that whole picture in. You all see where that comes from in terms of our development? Good. Let's talk about this picture now. So this is the picture we have over there on the board as well. If you put all of your wealth in the riskless asset, you're here, as we said. If you put all of your wealth in this portfolio T, you're out here. You know, I could combine, and I don't have it on this picture, we've got enough of a mess over there, but how about a portfolio here? Let's say there was an optimal risky portfolio right there. I could invest in that portfolio, right? You all agree? And I would plot here in the picture, but no one would choose this portfolio because there's one up here, right? And there's even one farther up here. So if I were to combine this portfolio with RF, I could draw a straight line through this portfolio, right? But I never would, because I could do better by going through this tangency point, right? What I'm really wanting to do is, for a given RF, I'm trying to make this line tilt up as high as possible, right? Because that gives me the best set of alternatives. Because again, you all recognize I want to go to the northwest, right? From our earlier conversation. So there are all sorts of other combinations of RF and other risky portfolios here, but this is the one we're interested in. I want to pause here because this is really important. All the conversation we've had, really the main financial planning that you see done, the good theory comes from this analysis. And if you go to Wall Street, there are quants that do nothing but models to do a good job of this picture. And you can look at this picture a whole bunch of different ways. You know, this value here doesn't have to stay fixed over time like it does in this picture. You know that the risk-free rate, the rate on bills, is bouncing up and down over time, right? We also know that risks actually change over time. The morning, let's say 5 days before the last stock market crash, people thought the world was looking pretty good. And then they woke up after the crash and went, whoa, everything's pretty scary. And all of their investments, if you ask them, what distribution do you think they're now drawing from, you're going to get a lot of variation in terms of what people think the middle of it is. Naturally, people disagree. But I'll tell you what, almost everyone's going to agree that it's more spread out than it used to be. So that picture isn't just like we've got presented here, but it's bouncing around over time. You know, as a simple example, you know that when you open the Wall Street Journal up every day, the risk-free rate's changing, right? In a little bit. But risks are also changing, as well as expected returns on all the companies that you're looking at. That's why analysts are following them, right? So that picture's at a point in time for the next interval. But for the interval after that, it's going to change again. And again, let's just think about the one interval problem because it's hard enough. But for the single period problem, when we're looking at this picture, every investment house is going to have some folks creating this picture. And they're going to say, every investment house then is going to have an optimal risky portfolio, right? You all see that this is an important portfolio? If you wanted to make your clients as happy as possible, you need to offer them this portfolio, and then they combine it with RF to get the best points possible, right? But two-fund separation says, well, that's what I need to create. So before we start talking about the CAPM, because I haven't introduced the CAPM yet, this is all mathematically tautological once you get it. So Jack Bogle left his master's in finance and said, I can use this stuff. And he went to Wells Fargo and said, let's make that boxed point up there. Let's make that for investors. I'm going to give them a really perfectly well-diversified portfolio that they can choose to hold. I'm not going to do it in a way that tries to choose stocks that are outperforming. I'm just going to create a really low-cost, well-diversified portfolio. And he calls that an index fund. And now investors can combine that index fund with lending and borrowing. Excuse the flying spit, I think you're all far enough back. To get wherever they want on that blue line. Do you follow? It's a big aha. And that led, and then Bogle's moved around. He ultimately ended up founding Vanguard. And the Vanguard 500 is the stalwart in terms of this is the index fund. Okay, but now we see index funds all over the place. That industry came from this finding. This is Harry Markowitz in the 50s. But what I'm saying here is that every investment house can ask their analysts to produce their expected returns on all the assets they're looking at, and their standard deviations on all the assets, and how they move together. And they can draw this picture and find that best portfolio. And then they can offer that portfolio to their clients. And their clients can then use it to their best advantage personally. So I hope you understand from what we were saying. If you were lending money, so if you invest in a treasury bill, you all understand you're lending money to the government. So again, going back to our 100 grand story, if you have 100 grand and you invested in treasury bills, you're providing $100,000 to the treasury that they can use, and they're going to pay you back later. So you're lending to them. But you could also walk into a bank and borrow some money, or short those same bills, and move out here, right? It does continue on. We've talked about why we want to move up and left. That's our little sidebar on utility. Everyone recalls that. You want to go to the northwest, and you understand why. I prefer doing this stuff with whiteboard rather than slides. I just think it's easier to think with. But your notes will walk you through it again later. So at some point, we want to jump to showing you what Sharpe, Lintner, and Mawson did 20-some years after Markowitz. And again, Nobel Prize for the kind of combined work that was done here. And what they did was they said, okay, if I take a look at this picture, let's make sure we all get the punchline. This is the optimal risky portfolio, right? If we all agree on all the inputs, let's start with that for an assumption. If we all agree about all the inputs, or if we work for an investment house where all of us in that investment house agree, we all understand we should create this portfolio for our investors, right? This optimal risky portfolio. What the capital market line does is takes kind of a step into economics world and says, let's assume that we have, just to make life simple for a second, I don't need to go quite this far, but let me start by going a little too far. Let's assume that we're all roughly the same, and that we all have the same trade-offs between risk and return, and we're all risk averse. You don't actually have to have the same trade-offs, you just have to all be risk averse. And we all agree on all the inputs. So all the assets, we agree on their expected returns and their standard deviations and their correlations, and we all see the same riskless rate. Agreed? Then we would all draw the same picture. If we all drew the same picture, we would all find the optimal risky portfolio here, right? And if we all had the same optimal risky portfolio, we would all choose to invest in that optimal risky portfolio. Are you with me? Would anyone invest in anything else? There would be nothing else to invest in but that optimal risky portfolio. This is what Sharpe, Lintner, and Mawson did. And then they took the next step, which takes you back to being a financial manager. We haven't talked about financial managers at all, period, today, right? All we've talked about is you as an investor, who the financial manager is supposed to be working for. And you're still an investor now. So you're going to hold an optimal risky portfolio. Will you invest in IBM?
It's in the portfolio.
Only if it's in the portfolio, right? If IBM is too expensive to be a part of that portfolio, no one invests in it. If Microsoft is too expensive and doesn't offer enough return, no one invests in it. So the big aha is then the market portfolio must represent, and I'm already calling it the market portfolio now, because we just say it routinely all the time now. But the market portfolio, or that optimal risky portfolio, must be all of the wealth that's out there in the world in the various stocks that we observe in the world. So if IBM represents 1.3% of the world's market portfolio, let's just take domestic case, let's not go world. If it represents 1.2% of the domestic market, it's going to be 1.2% of the market portfolio. And the same thing with Microsoft, and the same thing with all the other companies out there. And they then back that up another way to say, what's the expected return on all the individual stocks so that they're in the market portfolio? And once I've done that, I've given you a tool as a manager, and that's what we're going to show you next. We're not going to derive the CAPM. I did when I taught MBA investments, and I had this beautiful applied example, and it took me a whole lecture to get through, and I looked around the class after, and no one was with me. But it's a really nice 2-page proof without using word proof in it. So we know that everyone wants to be here, so all the stocks have to be priced so that they're in that portfolio. So what do we get in terms of what we ought to observe in terms of looking at the, oops. Well, what we're going to find, so all investors are going to invest in this efficient portfolio of risky assets. Sharpe-Leitner and Mossman 30 years later then start asking, how do we make sure this, how do we figure out what the individual stocks inside the market portfolio need to earn? And that's going to be related to the market risk of a security. So let me go ahead and now just give you a cookbook as to how to do it, and then we can take questions next time, I guess, until we run out of time. So let's try to finish the slides off today, and then we'll just have some more conversation about using these tools, okay? So the market risk of a security measures how the security changes with the overall market return. And a common proxy for the market is the S&P 500. So the Standard & Poor's 500 is a common proxy. If you take a look at that sheet that I passed around, you'll see a lot of indices. I think Jan's got it there, do you? In terms of the market returns. Can I borrow that for just a brief second? So if you looked up in here, you'll see at the top, you have the DJIA, the Dow Jones Industrial Average. You have the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, the Dow Jones Total Stock Market, the Russell 2000. And I didn't include all the international indices on there, but we'll kind of have an open-ended conversation about applying this stuff next class when we get together. There are lots of ways you can ask, how is the market doing? Big mutual fund investors usually look at the S&P 500. This is the standard index to compare portfolios of large stocks. That's your benchmark or your bogey. How did I do? Did I beat my bogey? How did you do relative to the market? And usually this is used as the representative of the market. So if I want to ask how your investment moves with the market, we can run what's called the characteristic line regression. And the way we run this regression is as follows. And you could do this as a real simple Excel assignment, right? I could ask you to make a scatter plot where you put the S&P 500 return from dates 1 to 60. You had the S&P 500 return, and then you had some stocks return, in this case PepsiCo, right next to it. And then I could ask you to select all those points and make an XY scatter plot, and boom, you would do that. I could ask you to select all those points and fit a line to all those points. So all the triangles here represents the scatter plot. Are you with me? And the blue line represents the line of best fit through all those points. And you recall we have y equals alpha plus beta x, right, from your management science class that you took last term, right? You took regression last term, I'm pretty sure. And how do you fit that line? What are you trying to do when you're determining what this line looks like here, this blue line? What's the intuition? Say again?
You want to see a linear relationship?
So it's forced to be linear.
In the middle of it.
And you get to choose a slope for this line, and you get to choose an intercept, right? And what are you minimizing when you do that? Least squares, which is what? Adam or Tyler, what was the variance? So you're looking at all of these distances, and you're making the sum of all of these distances squared as small as possible. So you're summing up those squared residuals, and you're making them as tiny as possible. And you're making them as tiny as possible by choosing different slopes and different intercepts. We can do that all with a nice analytic solution, but that's intuitively what's going on, right? So the beta in this picture is the rise over the run. It measures the slope of this line, okay? And the beta, I've been a little sloppy in this picture intentionally. Theory would like you to do this after subtracting off the risk-free rate from both axes. In industry, they typically don't. They run it with total returns. So to be industry standard, you do this with monthly returns over the last 5 years. That's what most folks in industry do. So you make that spreadsheet I talked about, you look back over the last 5 years of monthly data, that's going to give you 60 observations, right? 5 times 12. So you have 60 monthly returns on the market, 60 monthly returns on PepsiCo. You select those two columns, you do the scatter plot, you fit the line using Excel's regression tool, and you get back the beta, which is the slope. Beta now does answer the question we've been begging all along, where we've tried to say, what is the risk of an individual stock for a well-diversified portfolio? And the slope from that line is that measure of risk. We need to show you how to use it. So as I said, I now want to give you the cookbook answer, and then we'll talk about it more next class. So I would give that to you on an exam, but it measures the market risk. How do you interpret beta? Well, remember, it's a relationship between if the market return risk, if the market return goes up and the beta was 1, if the market return went up by 1 and the slope was 1, PepsiCo's return would go up by 1, right? If the slope was a half, a 1 unit increase would give a half unit increase, right? So it tells you how responsive your company is to the market. For a low-risk company, we observe a beta less than 1 typically. A beta bigger than 1, you're thinking about higher-risk companies. If you were looking at utilities, for instance, or necessity goods, would you expect the beta to be low or high?
Lower.
Lower, good. How about consumers? Consumer goods. How about things like Lexus sales? Lexus sales may be particularly prone to risk of late, right? But luxury goods are going to tend to be explosive, right? In the sense that things have to go, if the market goes up, they might go way up, right? When people come upon a lot of wealth, their consumption goes up a lot. Kind of running out of time, but let me see if I can get just a little done so we can come back to it next time. So the required rate of return from the CAPM, again, just giving you a cookbook approach first. This is the answer you have as a manager. So we needed this one last piece. Taking you back now to chapter 3, 4, and 5, I said, what's the required rate of return on your investment? We did Reby Sports. I said, oh, it's 10%. And you said, where the heck did 10% come from? And I said, oh, it's right here. Right? But the real answer is the required rate of return on a risky investment has to compensate you for the risk of that investment. How? Well, according to the CAPM. And the CAPM gives you the security market line. We'll talk about this in more detail next time. You know, intuitively, I'm just going to give you a cookbook approach. It comes from us. If we all agree on this picture, there is an if and only if relationship between this picture and the picture I'm going to draw next that says the required rate of return on any stock is going to be given by the riskless rate plus the beta of that stock times the expected excess return on the market. And mechanically, this is how we can then construct that 10% for Reby Sports. I'll give you plenty of examples next time. We'll bring it up from here. We'll show you it graphically. We'll show you that that picture is actually the same as this. Well, show you is too strong. We'll state that. But it is true, and I'll be glad to give you the references if you want. But it's 3 weeks of heavy lifting, you know, to kind of go through all the math. But it's worth doing. It's very interesting stuff. But it is an MBA investments class. Okay? It's a couple of weeks into that kind of class. Okay. But punchline-wise, we've got to get this. You as a manager then can answer questions very, very simply with this cookbook. How much do you have to make on your investment to satisfy your equity holders? And the answer to that question is this number. And these inputs will show you how to get, and they're very easy to get estimates of that you can then use. So then for Reby Sports, you can say, I need to earn 10% to make my equity investors happy. And then you can use that 10% to value those cash flows. And that's the only missing piece we had. All right, great. Be done in a minute. We're done. Just once I start walking out, I can't do it. That's all. Sorry about that. How's the weekend? Do you want to shut down or what's up?
Hey, Mom. I got a call from you. Sell that house.
Oh, you received it? It's a tough market. My neighbors come and answer that.
No, I didn't answer, but I No. It was my something.
Yeah.
And I figured out there was a coin history to Adam. But
As we get next class, that's great. But the punchline is, yes, there are a different number of points on it. So two portfolios give you the whole thing. But the whole thing requires But it's a good question to ask next time again. Are you asking for the efficiency here? Nice. The what? The efficiency here? Yeah. Well, kind of the capital market line equivalent. Oh, okay. It's called the capital allocation line. Yeah. Pretty good. Got a question for you. I got a little range easier for you. Okay. So start it. Okay. So that makes it even worse. Yeah, I was wondering if you like look at the cash flow. All my days, so I'm trying to be like, I'm gonna be here till midnight. Okay, but if you have a quick question for me, I'll do it. No, we'll just have cash flow. Should we do comparisons together? Yeah, I mean, that's the standard thing to do is take a look at comparables. And like figure out the cash flows, and then you can do like a forecast of the price. We didn't use it. You got to be really careful using betas with startups because what happens is, let's talk in the hallway if you have a sec. I just don't want to interrupt you on this class. Hey, I get one too. Oh, she was late. No, someone else was late. It was Evan. Evan, you brought the donuts.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Save me one. All right. Grab me one.
I'm gonna sit here.
Okay.
There's donuts if you want them.
Oreo.
We'll do that. I'm not sure if there's any donuts left, but there were a little bit left.
Donuts?
Donuts.
I just thought peanut butter and I have a donut in my bag. There are donuts.
Huh?
There are donuts. Who brought donuts? Did you?
I didn't buy donuts. Yep. Would you like one?
No, it's bad. It's bad for your health. It's bad.
Figure.
Dr. Turtle, I don't even bring Brandon.
We had a banquet on Friday for 10 years with Jonathan and David with the Eric. I told them no, my NDA is like that. Very heated debate about ethics. And we started to have that big debate, and the table was divided into more in favor of stakeholders, in favor of shareholders.
There were professors in favor of shareholders?
David would be is really in favor of shareholder. Jonathan, I was surprised. Jonathan is really in favor of shareholders.
Like to have been a fly on a wall?
Us.
Yeah.
That's everybody.
We're doing it in Turtles class.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
April 12th, I think?
Yeah.
I might see
You should. You can come watch Evan and I be right, and everyone else
You're right, yeah.
make mistakes and stumble over themselves.
So it's going to be a debate about that?
Yeah, there's like 6 different groups. One's shareholders, the other one's...
Here you are. I need it back, please, but it's on the back.
I'd love to see.
He actually put them in correct order on the back.
So you have to pick your group, so you assign you to a group.
We picked them.
Okay, which one do you pick?
Number 1.
Number 1.
The correct one.
Can you send me a copy of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll ask him.
还要办一些手续嘛，因为要实习签证啊，然后又要写那个实习计划书，我要写2个版本哦，一个英文版的，然后要写中文。然后就设计金融。就是那个，他是说叫我去那个投信的，就金融，就是要设计。我不知道，我也不知道，我要去问他。他现在只是正式写，我不知道他到底说话要我做什么。我礼拜6看他律师也不会找我。礼拜6就擦身而过那种，那个看起来很甜蜜。爱是记得吗？看你吧，我是觉得如果回他们是不错的地方。哦，是吗？建筑业。
Man and chocolate. Okay, man.
Yeah.
sales，如果只是 sales 应该不用紧张，如果你要去 ，sorry。Basically, I understand. Yeah, same. 可是如果只是 sales， 如果你要特定的，Sam.
This big day.
What? I know you're happy, I know you're happy.
I'm not happy. I nailed this thing.
Well, if you have complained, you know, buy some beer and come see me.
How about donuts? Does it have to be Olsen or Labatt?
我觉得学习又很没有动力耶，就整个高铁在干
Actually, you
嘛？
know that Labatt thing is in Quebec.
他也不可以 review
We can talk about it.
还没
Let's
听
talk about
对，反正写的很快，我觉得。
Thanks, by the way, Nick.
原来一个多小时。
For firing up your day.
For just completely depressing me.
好掉。
I got that. I was like, oh, yeah. I was.
And he was on. And I literally got up so fast, just screaming at the TV that I actually couldn't have.
I elbowed Christine in the side of the head as I was reaching for my phone. So that's how angry I was about this. And just to me, thank you. What are these?
不要停。
Oh, is this the one that we don't have, Tracy?
哎，不会
We're
比较
so
好。
gonna make a hell of a
还好
sound.
这些有赚钱，所以就看起来没那么辛苦。我现在想说回台湾花钱。
Which case was that we just got back?
会
No, I don't know how.
对离我大。
It came with.
所以我在想，在松江路
Before that. You said it was due Monday.
Oh, no, I did not do that one. I did the next one.
这一类跟我要去的地方在。
Well, let's get started. So everybody, welcome. Welcome to Marketing Management, Marketing 506. Always a pleasure to be here. Today, I think this is my new favorite case. Who did that short case about Augustine? Can you raise your hand, sir? So what do you think of that case?
Awesome.
It was very fun, a good mix of qualitative, a good mix of quantitative, simple problem, we have to decide on some pricing. And I even like the name, the Bear Hugger, very good name. Before we talk about that, a few announcements this Wednesday. We're going to take a little breathers. We have no cases. I love cases, but it's my 6th case in 10 days. I'm a bit overwhelmed by that. So we're going to do a workshop instead, which means we're going to do nothing. What we're going to do, we're going to come back on the exam a little bit. I will give you the exam. And there are a few notions I want to make sure you have a good sense of that. Like segmentations, like branding. A few big learning points I want to make sure that it's well covered. Then after that, we'll get organized for the projects. Because I don't know if you know, but I know that in 3 weeks from now, we're starting with the presentation of the project. So it's coming quickly, so we'll get organized. I will assign the team so you will know when you present. We'll have 2 weeks of presentation of mini cases, and I can ask right away, who would like to start? So Nick would like to start. You want to talk with your team, maybe? So anyway, I will assign you to a slot, one to present. I will come back on what you have to do for the case. I will come back on the teaching notes. We think that a teaching note is a bit of a weird concept.
Hi.
Everybody has a good sense.
Oh!
Did I?
You see that? 80 bucks.
If I sign you,
80 bucks. Better come out.
Just sign it.
Better come out.
There we go. Highly valuable. That's gonna come out.
You don't want to start a war with me.
All right, you don't want to start a war with the crazy French Canadian.
Driving down the road.
All right, let's come back. So Wednesday, we're gonna talk about the teaching notes, the expectations about the presentation. So we're gonna talk about the project, and I should give you a good 30-40 minutes to work on that project. So how does that sound? You need a breather. I need a breather. I'm sort of sick of you now. We have done a lot of cases. Cases takes a lot of energy. It's pretty good just to step back and think about that a little bit. All right, that's a game plan. Next week we have 2 cases. So we start with the case. We have the case on Monday is the Yorkton Technologies. I'll put the insights online probably tomorrow. And then next Wednesday we have the A1 steak sauce. That case is just fabulous. It's one of my favorite cases. This is next Wednesday. So keep that in notes. So yes, Chrissy?
So that's our last case, wasn't it?
No, then we have a case after that. This is the Chevrolet case. So that's a long, long case to wrap things up. Then after that we have a little presentation about my specialty, which is service failure. That's a game plan. Any thoughts, comments, questions? And at this moment, you should have a good sense of what we're doing in this class when the case seasons and the presentations are coming quickly. Everything is clear? Excellent. So let's start that very good case, the bear hugger case. So this is clearly a pricing case. Very simple. We have to price that thing. But before that, we have to do a lot of good assessment to make sure the price is sound. Some good qualitative assessment, some good quantitative assessment. I found that with new technology, it's always good to have a sense of what's the product. So who would like to summarize, explain a little bit, what is that bear hugger product, and in which context we're using that? So what's the bear hugger? Good name, but what is it? Kelsey, go ahead.
It's a mattress and blanket that covers a post-operative patient from prevention and treatment of hypothermia.
This is a blanket plus a blowers, and this is for your temperature after an operation. This is something I didn't know. But for 60–80% of the people after major surgery, the temperature would be much lower, right? And they feel very cold, so they need to get warmed up. Who knew that the temperature was going much lower? You knew that? So when they open you up, the heat is going out. So somehow, it's something relatively important. So this is probably a very important problem. This is important both for the patient and probably the hospital. To make sure we do a good job about the pricing, so we have to do some good qualitative assessment. So let's start there with the SWOT. So let's talk about the internal, some internal assessment and external assessment. A good solid SWOT is always needed before we break the numbers. I know that for some of you, your first propensity is to break the numbers to see what's going on. But before we do that, and I'm talking to you, Hi, it's so important that we have a good sense of what's going on qualitatively. We have to decide on a sort of a big ballpark where to go for the blowers and the blankets. So what do we put in that SWOT? What are those big burning points, things that we should absolutely consider in that SWOT to make a good pricing decision about the blower and the blanket? And remember, it's always good to start from the macro environment. Let's start from the big pictures and go down to the decision. So what do we put in that SWOT? Brendan?
I think one of the most things that stuck out to me was when people are buying things medical or anything in a hospital, pricing doesn't really matter because insurance, I mean, once you meet their deductible or whatever, a lot of times it doesn't matter what it costs.
The buying process. we have to talk about the buying process of the hospital and also the patient, right?
Yeah, patient member, yeah.
So you talk about the patient. When you're sick, you don't care about the costs. You will pay whatever it takes. The insurance will cover, and especially in the US, we want to have the top quality healthcare. We don't care about the costs. Very good. So patients, let's say money, no object. All right, what else? Yes, Caitlin.
For the hospitals, anything over, I think there's 2,500, I don't remember, the 1,500 has to go through administration.
That is a big point. Remember, we have to decide on the price for that. We know that for the hospital, everything below 1,500. They don't have to go to the review of the hospital. You don't have to go to the bidding process if it's below 1,500. This is something we want to keep in mind. If it's possible to have a price below that, then that makes a big difference. Excellent. What else can we say about the buying process? When we sell something, it's always important to target the decision maker. In this case, who's the buyer and who's the decision maker? That is quite important because for many products, if you buy a car, I'm going to be the decision maker and I'm going to be the buyers. But in the case of that product, who's the decision makers? Who are the people that we have to target with the advertising that we have to convince? Hi.
I say nurses.
The head nurse. The head nurse is extremely concerned about that. She's the one responsible of the heating, of the warming up after the surgery. So if she likes that product, if you send advertising to her and she likes, and this is below 1,500, that could help you quite a bit. Who else is making decisions about that? She's not the only one. That is always the basic of the decision process. You have to identify that target. The nurse is part of that. Who else? The physicians? What type of physician? Who's this Augustine guy? I have a hard time with that. With the anesthesiast, that's close enough. Anesthesians, he is the one, the guy responsible to make you asleep. That guy, say whatever. That guy is big time responsible to decide what he's going to buy. And the fact that your product is developed by someone with an experience in that, that's going to help quite a bit. So something to keep in mind. Below 1,500, and that becomes our target. Excellent. Any other things we'd like to say about this buying process of the hospital or the patients? Things that we need to know for the pricing. All right, so any other burning points? What do we have to consider to make sure we decide on a good price? What do you have in that swap? Just a buying process? Eric, what do you have in this one?
I didn't do it, but I'm looking at it.
Okay. So when you have a good insight, just raise your hand.
Yeah.
Is that all? Mike?
Competition. What else is out there?
Absolutely. We need. Mike, why do we need to understand the competition here?
Because there's a huge array of offerings out there, from very, very basic and cheap up to complex and expensive.
We have many large arrays, many different options. We have to find at this moment who's going to be the comparable for that. We have to see, we have to compare a price with the competition. So we have to understand our positioning compared to the competition and our price. So the big question, who's our competition? Kate, Kelsey, Lindsay.
Sorry, mine's a little off the competition, so you might want to go to them. I was just going to the market in general. So, I mean, hospitals already have heated blankets, or they put them in a heater or something, so they may already have a process that works for them and not need to.
Heated blanket is what we try to substitute. That is the basic. This is the absence of technology, but this is what hospitals have been doing for ages. This is what we have to fight first. This is what they've been doing. Sort of work for them, not perfectly effective, but fairly cheap. So that is certainly one of the key competitions. We have to be much better than the heated blankets. Absolutely part of the competition. What else? Kelsey.
One competitor would be Climatter. It's an English company that could enter the U.S. market within the year that has the same product.
How do you call that? Climatter?
Yeah.
Climatter. That is the same technology, and that there is a major threat of a new entrant. They virtually do the same thing as we do. So we have to be aware of the price, and we have to expect they will come in, and we have to fight them back. Excellent. That is the competition. What else? Which technologies, which is the most popular? It's in the main. I'm sorry, Rebecca. Lindsay is saying the circulating water blanket is the technology, because that is not a real technology, a heated blanket, but that is the technology which is the most popular. It's probably the one that we have to position ourselves against. That's your point? May, what do you think of that?
That's my point too.
She agrees with you, so it's very good. We have 2 out of 30. Excellent. Do you agree with that? Kelsey?
One additional point was that there's an industry-wide discount going on, so they need to look at that in consideration for their pricing strategy.
That is very key. Let's put that in the buying process. The distributors imagine Walmart. You make up your mind? The distributors, this is the Walmart of that buying process. The distributors have a lot of control. And the distributors, you have to provide a good margin, and the distributors very often will have major discount for that technology. Going from 40% for the growers and 50% for the blanket. So the product that you will see that, not the product, the price you will read in the case, remember that very often the price of the competition will be discounted at this level. 40% for the growers, 50% for the blanket. We need to understand the role of the distributors. Very good point. All right, so the competition, this is what we said so far. That is the base, the heated blankets. We try to replace that. The key competition that has replaced the heated blanket, this is a circulating water blanket. Is probably, we probably have to position ourselves based on those two. And Climaters, an English technologist coming in, maybe. Do you agree that this is the way to see the competition? Anything you would like to add? Tell me about drugs. Let's talk about drugs here. Is that a real competition, a drug?
No.
No? Yeah, anyone would like to find that? Yeah.
How about the warm IV?
Okay. What about that?
No.
It's like, yeah, it could be fun.
Is it effective?
The warm IV.
No.
What? Eric, what do you think? Do you think it could be a competition?
Well,
what's your point?
They say it's effective, but there's high involvement for physician.
Okay. So that could, maybe that could work. I mean, on the morning when you feel cold, you put a hot IV, man. Coffee. Evan.
No, you can't. I mean, you can't consider that a competition because it's such an extreme and a specialized administration. Same with the drugs. They're
okay.
really unique circumstances, and this is a mass market application.
Not exactly the same kind of application as what we do. What we do is probably more like the water circulating. Yes, Mike?
You're also not replacing them in any way. I mean, a hospital could still very easily still be warm IVs and the drugs.
That's a different kind of, yeah, that could be complementary. You could have a blanket and some very good drugs, a little gin. Lindsay?
With the therapeutic drug lines that are really good complications, they don't actually increase body temperature, they just feeling that you're warm.
Just give you a buzz, but what a buzz. Yeah, probably doesn't do the same kind of work, not the same kind of application, doesn't really warm your body. It's probably not the real competition. I think we wrap that up. We conclude that there. So far we have a good sense of the competitions, good sense of the buying process. Anything you would like to add about that buying process and competitions? I want to talk about hospital a bit. Remember, it's all about the quality of the value proposition. If your value proposition is fairly weak, then you can have the cheapest price on the planet, will never sell it. It depends on the quality of your value proposition and the relative advantage that you have compared to the competition. So, my questions for you. Do we have a relative advantage compared to the competition? And what is your value proposition? This case really starts with that. Weak value proposition, we don't even care about pricing. So let's decide, do we have a strong enough value proposition to invest a lot of money, a lot of efforts in that? And to decide that, let's compare with the competitions. What do you say? Remember, offering value proposition is the starting point of any marketing strategy. What is it?
It's a superior product by far.
Okay. You said this is a superior product.
Yeah, I mean, you can go down the categories and
Let's say offering. Superior offering.
Yeah.
Why is that?
The blankets that they have are, like, if you go and compare them to heated blankets, they have advantages. If you compare them to the circular water blankets, they have advantages.
Tell me the advantages that they have. We believe in the value proposition. That's really the first question an entrepreneur should ask himself. Remember, shoes for moves. If he would have spent a lot of time to question himself about his value proposition, he would have avoided a lot of mistakes. Do I have a strong value proposition? If so, what is it precisely? Lindsay?
They're not as heavy as at least the comparable technologies. They don't cause burns.
It's lighter. And you said no burns? Did you say
Yeah, it
that?
doesn't cause burns. It's not as heavy, and there's no.
It's lighter. There is no burns.
And they also don't have the problems of leaking that some other products have.
No spillage.
No cross-contamination.
No contamination. Very good. Mitch?
Doesn't require a patient to live with the rules.
Okay. No. Tested. A roll. Very good. Yes?
Doesn't affect the comfort level for the physician or the nurses checking on the patient.
So,
It doesn't affect the comfort level of the physicians and nurses working on the patient. They don't have to raise the room temperature.
okay. Yeah, okay. So that they don't have to raise the temperature of the whole room. So comfortable of the nurse, of the employees. Very good. What else? Eric?
The warm air makes the patient feel warmer.
That is quite key. I mean, make him warmer in 2 hours quickly, and we care about the patient. The patient cares about himself, but the hospital care about the patient. So that satisfies this big need to warm the patients quickly. Just 2 hours. More effective than any other technology. Very good. What else? Brendan, you got the last one?
I think the other guy talking to, especially for hospitals and surgery centers, is saying that we have the newest and latest technology.
Maybe from a patient perspective.
to have a new technology. So that could be a selling point.
Do we say that it's more efficient?
New, better technologies. Because there is a lot of competitions between hospitals. So that could be a way probably to differentiate yourself. Good point. I think we're willing to make a statement. I think we seem to have a strong value proposition. And we seem to have a lot of advantages compared to the competition. So that's going to help us with the price. We seem to have a better technology. Hi, tell me about the price. Tell me about the cost. Do we like the cost of that thing?
Oh, yeah.
We do. Cheap. Cheap to make. Because we read in your mind. Cheap to make. We seem overall to have a very strong value proposition. We like that. We keep that in mind for the price. All right. Question that kills. Do we have a large market? What's the size of the market? Do you have numbers for me? Because we have a very good value proposition. We seem to be better than the competitions. We have good understanding about the buying process. But if there is no market, if everybody wants to use those heated blankets, what the hell? I mean, there is no possibilities here. So what's the size of the market? Do we have a reasonable size? Okay. Evan is the only one who wants to participate. Yeah?
I agree.
Okay, Mike too? Give me numbers. I want to hear numbers.
1,888 hospitals.
1,888
hospitals.
Hospital. Hospitals or blowers?
That's hospitals.
Okay.
And then the beds is, well, because you got to take the beds divided by 8, because each you need 1 unit for 8 beds. So
Okay.
that gives you
So
2,773.
1 unit for 8 beds. Okay. So how many units does it give you?
2,773.
That seems quite reasonable to me. That's the number of blowers that they could sell. Yeah. Actually, those numbers are the real numbers that the company performs. So you can be proud of you. Yeah. So because I don't want to spend too much time on that, I have the slides of how they calculated the size of the market. Exactly the same numbers.
Yeah, we'll share. Maybe go around over here.
So, pretty much the same calculation as Evan here. So that's the way they have done that. The first column, this is the number of beds. We know that we can start to sell the hospital with more than 8 beds. So we start to sell in the category 7-11. So we can sell in all those categories from 7, 11, 12 to 17, 18, 22, 23, 28, all those categories. Then if you look, the second column, there's a number of hospitals, multiply by the estimated percentage of operations, multiplied by the systems per 8 beds. So what they have done, they take for example, for the category 7-11, they take the average number of beds, which is 9, and they use this 9 divided by 8, then give them 1.1. You follow me? So they just take that 1.1 and they multiply by the number of hospitals, the 12,081, and that gives our first numbers of 1409. So by doing all that process for all the other categories, they ended up with the same exact,
Yeah.
So roughly, we have a market of 2,700 blowers that we can sell.
Yeah.
And that we know that typical blowers will have roughly 1,000 blankets per year, because it works with 4 blankets a day. That takes 2 hours to warm someone, so 4 blankets a day, and the hospital will be open roughly 250 days per year.
Okay.
So that is the size of the market. That's something we have to keep in mind when we do numbers. That's a good numbers to remember. So now, before we move slowly to the pricing, we have, and that is quite key, a big learning point in this case. We have a blower, we have blankets to sell, disposable blankets. The ratio, when we sell one blower, we should have this blower for 15 years, roughly. Then per year, we can expect to sell 1,000 blankets, roughly. What kind of pricing strategy do we use for the blowers and the blankets? They are complementary product. So how do we sell that? What's our big strategy? Someone else, maybe. Kathleen.
I chose penetration pricing for the blanket and then I did competitive, or for the blower.
Okay.
Competitive pricing.
So the blowers, you go with penetration strategy, and the blankets, similar to competitors. Explain the logic of it.
Well, I actually didn't think that they had that strong of a value proposition because the circulator, the other one, had the exact same offering. They had nothing better than they did. So I thought, well, if they were coming to the U.S. in a year, they're going to need to offer something, and that'd be price.
So, okay, so you're concerned about that competitors. So before they arrive in the U.S., you want to make sure you have a good market share, okay, high market share before the English. Okay. And then your logic for the blankets.
I think it said in the case that the nurses said that they were already comfortable with the disposable blanket pricing and everything. So
Okay.
that's why I ended up.
Okay, so they have some habits to pay this price, so that shouldn't be a problem. All right. Any more comments you would like to add to that? Do you agree with that? Caitlin suggests penetration strategy for the blower, which probably means pretty low price, then similar to the competition for the blankets. Our logic, we need good market share before the competition is coming. Then the blankets, well, we're going to make a profit there. More things you would like to add to that?
I think you go penetration on the blankets too.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you have a patent on them, but the other company could come in a year, and so you want to get as many people booked as possible, and you don't even with a low price, you can make tons of money.
Okay. So because the costs are so low, right? Even if you use a penetration price on the blanket, you can make reasonable profit. And you want to make sure that you don't want to take any chance. You also have a good penetration, and you're going to use both the blowers and the blankets, right? Caitlin, you want to answer something back to Evan? Since that Evan is always stuck into fights.
I think they may be able to afford it, but I think the demand's there for the blankets at a higher price as it is. So
Yeah.
there's no need to.
Okay. So there is no need to give them a discount on the blankets if they have the blowers. What do you think of that? I mean, to have them locked in, I think that's your point. To have them locked in, they need the blowers. Once they have the blowers, pretty stuck. So they're gonna buy the blankets. The what?
It was creating the switching cost for me that I thought.
Okay. So what was important is that they have that. Once they have that, they're locked in, then she makes her profit on the blankets. Because they're locked in by the blowers. What do you think, Evan?
I think that they're going to see the total price, because then they're going to know how many blankets they're going to go through, so they're going to see the total price.
Yeah.
So they're going to know they're paying X for the blower, and then X times 1,000 for the blankets. So I
They
think
might see a scam there. Maybe the scam is too strong, but when they're going to buy the blowers, they will consider the blankets. And so if the price is way too expensive, this is like the razor blade. I mean, the razor costs nothing, but the blade is just outrageous. You want to add something, Caitlin? Oh, let's open the discussion to others. Maybe Hi, Nick, and Mike.
Well, I think when you buy a printer, you don't consider the cost of the ink. You don't go look up the cost of the ink. I think just like these razors companies try to sell you razors. They sell you just a really low cost, and then they make up on
the blade.
Blades, yeah. And so,
same thing with video games.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think we don't really need to do penetration of the blankets because I think those are the costs that can be passed on to the patients. We must charge them this valuable cost.
Okay.
Charge them that's the cost
Okay.
of the blankets.
So that's a cost we pass to the patients.
Yeah. The other one is a fixed cost. The blowers is a fixed cost. So you need to keep it low. I recommend that they give it for free.
Low fixed cost, blowers. So it seems that we agree that the blower should be penetration price. We all agree on that?
Yeah.
If anyone would like. So let's decide if the blanket is the blanket more penetrations. And so far, Caitlin and I seem to say yes. Say no. Versus competitive price. Competitive price. All right, so let's decide on that. Nick.
Oh, I was just going to say, I agree with Caitlin and I, there's competitive price. There's more than just the razor blade industry. The Scantron industry does it. They just give away the Scantron machines.
Okay.
And then they charge like 15 cents a page.
This is where you make your profit. That's, you can pass that to the patient.
You could even sell the blowers at a loss to try and get it.
Okay, you can go below cost. Yeah. Yeah. The hospital is locked in because of the blowers. Okay. So far we seem to have more support for the competitive price. Mike?
I think I'm going with penetration just because it's part of your value proposition. Every hospital out there is currently using some form of heating up, patients after surgery. So if you're going to be competing with just a hospital that's just heating their blankets up in an oven right now, you're going to have to come at it with a strong value price proposition.
Yeah.
So that,
and also, like, if you look up penetration pricing strategy, it's if you're trying to enter a new market or gain market share. And also they say that these air blowers aren't used in the U.S. And so those are kind of all things that support the penetration price.
and I'm not talking about, pricing them at $5 a blanket. I mean, you can go $5-10 underneath the current competition price and still sell them for $15 each and make,
So you
massive
recommend
profit.
something in between.
Mm-hmm. And you can cut out the competition, but still make massive profit.
Okay, so Mike said, well,
7.5
let's
after
suggest.
discounts.
Mike said we need we have a good value proposition, we need a good pricing for all that. Let's make sure we have a good penetration at all costs. Maybe not penetration, but cheaper than competitions. And we'll still make a profit because the cost is so low. Good. Nick?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, you can pass off the blanket cost to the patient. So hospitals don't care about the price of the blanket.
Yeah.
They're only going to carry it on their inventory until they use it, and then they're going to charge to the individual patient. So they really only care about the blower. So why can't you make profit off somebody that doesn't have a choice on the price of the blanket? You're pretty much giving up profit margin if you penetrate your blankets.
Okay.
So you can still make money, but you're only making half as much money as you could.
Okay. We have strong argument. Let me summarize what we said so far. Let's see if we have more arguments. So the competitive price, people said, well, is the way to make profit. The cost, the price will be passed to the patients anyway. The hospital don't care about this price. The hospital will be locked in with the blowers. The hospital should mainly care about buying the blowers. All the blankets should be less important. For people in favor of the penetrations, what they want is market share right now because the competition is coming. What they care is the overall price. They want a good penetration at all price. This is their shot. They want to gain market share. Maybe after that, they will increase the price. And Mike seems to suggest something middle point, cheaper than the competitions, maybe $5, $10, where you still have a margin, but not to push it too hard. So any new comments? Kate?
Well, I think that in order to get the hospital away from what they're already doing with the blankets and systems that they have that are working fairly well or have been so far, you'd have to have a fairly low price to get them to want to turn their heads in the beginning at least.
On the blower.
With the blankets too, because the
Kate
blankets
is
that you
concerned
use are
about
reusable.
Kate is concerned about the switching cost. She wants to make sure she will not lack this opportunity that they will switch technology. So they want to make sure so they have low blowers, low cost blowers, low cost blankets.
But how can you ignore that you can pass it off?
High as is raised, as is M raised for a long time, so then we'll come back to
I think a high price is a better fit for our value proposition because we say it's a new and better technology, and so it better be expensive, right? So, you know, it's, if I see a $1, $2, $3 blanket, oh man, it's cheap. I don't think it's going to be quality. So I mean, $5, $6, $10 blankets, that's going to be quality, more quality.
Typically, the price should go with the value proposition. This is his argument. So if we have a strong value proposition, we should have, I mean, people will buy it because of the value proposition. As long as the price is not outrageous, people should buy it. And that could probably, if the price is too low, people could infer a poor quality. Yes, Mike?
It's not just about gaining market share. It's also going to be about maintaining that market share in the future. So if you're priced at, you know, let's say $15, and the competition comes in and they're trying to pitch their new product, and they're at $25, and you know the hospital tells them, well, we're already buying from company A and they're selling us blankets for $15. That may be below the other company's cost, and there's no way they can enter the market.
So you're starting to be concerned about the price war.
That's fact.
That's an opinion.
That's fact.
So you're concerned about the price war. If your price is too low, then the competitions will become too low. Is it a big
No,
price war?
I'm saying start the price war now and keep the competition out of the market entirely. If they can't enter it because you're already priced so far below what they're asking.
What's the competitor's pricing structure again? How much is it?
Doesn't matter. You know what they're asking for
so
the product.
So what would it only cost them $1 to make a blanket?
It's so low
$1 to make a blanket because they make it in China and they sell it for $2, and now they shut you out of the market because you started the pricing war.
You can match it and you've already got your blower.
You
can match it and you've already got your blower in place. So we can
do the blower and charge up the ass. What hospital administrator is going to go, oh yeah, well, you need to come down on the price of a blanket because it's a cost that is totally variable to how many patients they have. They can order as many blankets as they have as patients. It's a cost that they're never going to see. It might show up on their balance sheet or their income statement for a week or their cash flow statement for a week before they get revenues. And they can even charge a premium to the patient on it. They can say, yeah, we charge we pay $15 for a blanket. We charge $30 for a blanket. And if it saves nursing time, or if it saves nurse time, it also reduces the cost of the overall operation of the hospital. So that's why the value proposition is switching to these blankets.
So a new point, the nursing time, maybe they're willing to pay for that because they don't see this cost. But also this is good value for the hospital. Maybe they can do a better job with that. So they don't care too much about the price. We don't want hospital to be that price sensitive. Right? Caitlin.
Some costs that we haven't talked about are you have to give the distributors margin. So penetration and pricing, you're not going to get enough market share, you're not going to get enough units sold in order to make a profit with that margin.
We always have
No,
to,
you can.
we always have to think about the margin, but the cost is so low that probably we can cost plus margin and have a low price. All right, we had a good discussion about that. I mean, that is the essence of the case. I want to move on to the calculation. So at this moment, I'm going to ask you to vote and make your mind about one of those three options. So first, we go with the competitive price. So this is roughly like the competition.
Wait, are we doing this as a unit, or are we doing the blowers separately, or?
The blowers is clear. We all agree that this is a penetration price for the blowers. The only debate, the debate that we have, that's about the blankets. I think we all agree on that. Do we? Just for the blankets. Three options, competitive price. So roughly like the competitions, which would be like maybe 15, something like that. Penetration, they can even do. I mean, we need to do here. Penetration, much lower than the competitions. Or cheaper than the competitions, so a midway kind of options. I'll give you like 20 seconds to make up your mind, three options. Because the rest of the case will be based on that.
Yeah.
All right.
Option number
Who
4.
goes with the competitive price? Who goes with the penetration price? Who goes with the midway? So we go with the competitive price. I mean, this is where the class seems to go. So at this moment, that was the essence of this class, to have a good sense of a pricing strategy for the blowers versus the blanket. At this moment, we have to find that specific price. So let's do that. But that was probably the most difficult part of this case. So let's try to see a ballpark of price for the blowers versus the blankets. Okay? That is a good application of the integrative pricing framework that we saw. We talked about that maybe 5 minutes. We thought that the low point should be your cost plus the margin of the distributors. For the blowers, usually will not go much below that. Maybe you could go below that. But your cost plus the margin of the distributor should tend to be very close at the floor. Same thing with the blankets. Your cost, and always talk about retail price here. Okay, so it should be your cost plus the margin. So your cost, your cost of the blanket is 85 cents per blanket, and the margin, I think, is 40% of the distributors, and the cost of the blowers is 380, and the margin of the distributors is 30%. What should be now a highest price that we could go? The highest price on the market. And then after that, let's position a strategy in that. What would be the highest price possible for technology toward people based on the competition?
1,500.
What is that for?
1,500 is an important price. Why is that? Why do we care about that 1,500, Evan?
Because after that, you have to have the board review the purchase, and so it's not going to happen.
Because after that, it goes in a long, complicated bidding process. So we have very strong incentive to keep that below that $1,500. The highest price, who's the highest price in the competitions on the market, roughly?
5,000.
It's roughly 5,000. So that is water circulating. What's the price of a competitors in England? 4,000. All right. Let's keep in mind that the distributors, the powerful distributors, very often will discount that by what? I think it's 40%.
Yeah.
40%. So let's remember that.
Sorry, blowers is 30%.
Okay. So remember that you can have a 30% discount, which is roughly what? Something like that. So those are key good price for us. We know that the top of the line water circulating is 5,000, but discounted would be roughly 3,500. A key competition in England is 4,000, discounted would be $266. The bidding process should be below that 1,500, and the cost would be 280 plus 30%, which is roughly $500. So based on what we decided, remember we decided to have a penetration price here. So which price we decide? Which kind of ballpark makes sense?
680.
Okay. So a ballpark should be somewhere here. So we have 680 to make a little profit, but we're below the 1,500. Do we like that price or another price? What about just being a little below that, being $1,499? We're just below the bidding process. Still good price compared to the competition.
No, but like that 1,500 isn't a hard number. It's around 1,500 on average for the
Okay.
hospital. So you might price yourself out of half.
Okay, 1,400 then.
No.
1,300.
Well, I said 1,000 before margin and discount.
Because that is still much cheaper than the competition. Below the 1,500. Still penetration, all right. Which price we decide?
1,000.
1,000. Hi.
I say give them free.
This isn't UNICEF. This is a business.
Yeah, I know, and your primary profit driver is not lower.
Below cost. So, usually, this is what I'm trying to teach you. Usually, we're going to have a ballpark. We're going to have a ballpark that's from 0 to 1,300. Then, by doing a break even, we'll see what makes the most sense. So, let's remember that ballpark. Okay? Now, let's decide for the blankets. So, it starts with, let's say, I don't know, $1.50. That would be basically the cost. Which other marks are useful? Use a little framework like that. This is quite useful for your price. Which other point should we put there? 20. Okay. 20 and 24 are the water circulating competitors.
Also put 10 and 12 because they're discounted 50%.
Okay. 12 and 10 because very often about 50% discounted. What's the cost of the heated blankets? We know that the heated blankets, this is the base. What's the cost of that?
$2.
Kate insists on that, and very often they will compare with that old way of doing things. What's the cost of that?
$2 a patient.
$2.73.
$3 a patient.
$2.
Yeah, you're the kind of guy that goes in and says, I want to.
Well, we're looking for a rough number here.
That's right. It's in the 20s.
All right, we find that with the pounds of blankets that we have to warm. So that's roughly $3. $2, $3. Let's say between 2 and 3. All right, we still have to decide of a ballpark. What kind of price we suggest here? Knowing all that, knowing that our cost is $1.50, heated blankets would be roughly between $2 and $3. The top competition is 2024, but very often discounted at 10, 12. What kind of price we have in mind here? We do have to decide that. They have to decide that. Remember, the pricing, this is the only decision that will impact yourselves. Okay? So you have to make that right, that decision. So blankets, what do we have in mind?
$10.
Someone else?
15 bucks.
Someone else? 10 bucks, 10 bucks, 15 bucks?
Yeah.
Okay, in mind?
12 and a half.
10, 15? Any people would like to challenge that? Any points?
Where's everyone that raised their hand for the competitive pricing now, huh?
Remember, please, Nick and Evan, I mean, we need your focus. Nick, you want another mark there?
Yeah, I do.
Red would be very,
So much easier.
red would be very nice.
This is possible now.
All right, 10, 15. This is what we have so far. Some other prices?
Five to 7 is my price point. 5 to 7.
5?
5 to 7.
5 to 7.
What happened to?
Remember that we decided that the strategy would be to compete with the price.
Well, yeah.
So this is where we have to be consistent with the strategy to be competitive price. So 10, 15 seems quite reasonable.
20.
That's mid.
You
Yeah.
can try 20. You can put a 20. So basically, at this stage, we're looking for ballparks, and we have this ballpark here. We have a ballpark that's between 0 and 1300, and here between 10 and 20. So, at this moment, let's do a break-even analysis to refine.
Yeah, you'd have to sell 200 instead of 1%. 100 units. That's one lower and a top. One lower and a top.
10,000 blankets. Okay.
You know what percent of the market that is?
It's half a percent.
Yeah.
10,000 blankets is a half a percent.
Yes.
There's 16 million surgeries every year.
Why don't you do the case? Why don't you do the case?
No, that's 80% of the hospital. You should have done the case. You understand, Nick.
All right. So,
Yeah.
You know what? You're gonna need it.
to calculate the break-even, remember for the break-even, the units that we have is one blower plus 1,000 blankets, right? So we have to find the contributions for that. I mean, that was one of the key challenges of this case, is to find this ratio. To make it easy on you, I give you that ratio. But in real life, they didn't have this ratio. They had to come up with that, right? So we have to calculate the contributions for the blower. So let's just use a price of 1,500 for the blowers, just to show you the process. Then I'll show you an Excel file with plenty of different options. And the blanket, let's use $15. So the contributions of the blowers, you have that 1,500 minus 30% margin of the distributors, minus your cost, your variable cost of 280. And that gives you a contribution of $670 per blower. For the blanket, let's calculate the contributions for one blanket. Then we'll multiply by 1,000. Let's say the blanket is $15 minus 40% the margin of the distributors minus the cost, 85 cents. So the contributions per blanket. Going too fast? Any questions? I mean, you need to understand things like that. If you don't understand things like that, if you go online at this moment, if you do something else, and in real life you have to do something like that, because that was a real life decision, you'll be so screwed. Okay, I do that, there is a few reasons behind that. You follow that process. I know how you do. What about the others? All right, so I multiply that by 1,000. So that gives me a total contribution of 8,150 for 1,000 blankets, plus the blowers of 670. So that gives me a total contribution for the unit. 8,820. That's the contribution that we make per unit at the price of 1,500 per blowers and 15 per blankets. Okay? Now we just have to take that $500,000 divided by that. That's a break-even. That is key. In this case, I spent a lot of time to try to figure out this ratio because I wanted us to be effective. I give you that ratio. But without that ratio, it's really, really hard to come up with sound numbers. Okay? So now, let's see different options. Based on those calculations. All right. So that is the price for the blankets. As suggested, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, 25. Remember, the unit is always one blower for 1,000 disposable blankets, and that's the price of the blowers at 500, 1,000, 1,500, and so on. So that is the number of units to break even. Okay? So it means that number, for example, would mean 49 units, which means one blower and 1,000 blankets. So based on those numbers, what do we like? First, we know that we're going to go below that. That was one of the key conclusions, to realize that it has to be below 1,500. Then, based on our strategy, we said wanted to be, for the blanket, price similar to the competition, so it would be somewhere there. So I guess this is where we want to be.
Is that right? 15, right in the
You guys
middle?
say penetration pricing, but then
Is
price,
15
and then
right where I
price.
said, in the middle? 15?
Yeah.
That's not penetration pricing.
Yes, it is.
Penetration.
It's $10 below the
Penetration
competition.
pricing is here, somewhere here.
Yeah.
And that has to be
No, it's
priced
not.
in terms of
Competition is 20 to 25.
Okay? 12, 15, 18.
50% off on most of the time.
You guys said 10, that's not competitive.
I said 15. And with
Yeah.
competitive pricing is 20 to 24, where the competition's
you
at.
can, please, you can infer things in between. So at this moment, let's have a discussion of the way that they have. What do we like in terms of price of blowers? What do we like in terms of price of blankets? This is probably where we want to be. Any recommendations for me? Evan?
543 is the break-even price for the blower. That's what I got. So I'd do
543.
So, and then I'd do $12 for the blanket.
So this is where you would be?
Yep.
Yeah, because we want to be very low on the blowers, then to be still close to competition, so a little cheaper. Any other recommendations?
I would.
No?
Oh. I said 15 per blanket. Right? We're there.
Mike?
I said 15 per blanket. We're in the same ballpark.
More here. What about, yes?
Is it reasonable to assume anything better than the 2% that we've been talking about for market share for the new product? You know how every other case we said 2% is pretty much the cap of where you can expect to get. Is it
Yeah, that is a very good point. That's going to help you. Because
No.
remember that the size of the market is around 270, 80 units. That is the whole potential of the market. This is, if every hospital would buy one, that would be that. We know that nobody would gain such a dominance. We know that the top brand can get maybe 30, 40%. And if the product is not very successful, it's 1%. So maybe a fair estimation of the market share could be at 10%. So by using that, maybe it would be somewhere like 280 units. That could be something, but this is good that you make some assumption. Caitlin said, well, to be quite conservative, let's make an assumption of 2%. By using 2%, that will make 56 units.
So both of those numbers that they have up there are not very representative.
So the number of 10%, the number of 10%.
Are you smoking?
Would work.
You're not listening.
You talk to me. I mean, stop. I mean, starting from the, let's start after class.
Yeah.
Let's start after class. So, 2% of that would be around 54 units. 10% would be around 280 units. So this is a very good reflex to use the size of the market to make some reference about that. All right, at this point, let's see what they have done. They went with very similar logic as we did. The blowers was introduced at $1,000 and the blanket at $12. Why? The blowers was all about having good penetration. They wanted to make sure it was all relying on the blowers. If you have a good penetration to the blowers, people would be locked in. They would have to buy the blankets. The blanket, they wanted to be not too high, not too low. They wanted to have a sufficient margin. They were oriented based on profit. So they went to $12. At this level, the number of units to break even was 75. The product, the value proposition was so strong that they broke even in around 6 months. Good value propositions, competitions, much better, good relative advantage. They did very well. So it was the right marketing strategy to gain quick penetration at this moment. Maybe the blankets were a little bit too low. By having a blanket a little bit more expensive, probably would have similar results, and the level to break even would have been lower. So after that, they decided, well, it was very successful, decided to launch something for the kid. The price was registered quickly. At $1,000, people were buying the blowers, was not a problem. They made sure it was below the 1,500 point, so 1,400. Then the blankets, they went to a much higher price for all the reasons that we said. That cost was passed to people, patient was willing to pay for that. So the blanket was at $20. That had a big impact on the profitability. All the money was coming from the blankets. In January 2003, Augustin changed its name for Horizon, and Horizon, whatever you name it, this is a market leader in terms of those warming technologies. Yes, Kate.
Did they change the price for just the kids' blankets or for all of them?
They changed the price for everybody.
Okay.
So you had good penetration quickly. It was almost too successful. So, and the success was explained by the value proposition. So they realized that their price was priced too low. Okay. So big learning point, things to remember for the rest of your life. Your price has to be considered based on different things. The cost, very often we think of cost, but the cost, in many decisions, this is not very important. It was important to have a good insight about the decision process of the hospital. It was important to realize that this 1,500 cutoff point. Competitions, the distribution and price discount, it was important to realize that most of the prices of that were discounted. Okay. The key essence of this case was a pricing strategy. Okay. So important to have a penetration price on the blowers, then your profit was coming from the blankets. So I have a good logic about that. Probably penetrations on the blankets were not the best idea. All right? So the rest we pretty much discussed. So at this moment, well, we'll see you on Wednesday. I will take your short case analysis. And if you don't have any burning questions, well, it's going to be over. Excellent.
Is the A1 case due next Monday then? We're not doing a case.
We don't do cases Wednesday. Wednesday we have a workshop. We have another case next week.
Georgetown is on Monday and A1 is on Wednesday.
Oh.
Just put them in the red and then. Well, we're gonna have to talk. So just put it there.
Keep a case.
I don't know who's.
Thank you so much.
Do me a favor, look for the PDF download. Can you save this on a jump drive?
Tomorrow.
I have it. Well, the only thing that doesn't work for me for the parallels is when there's a VPN number. I can't log in. Like I can log on to my internet, password, not password. Just can't connect that for parallels. Well, maybe it does. I just have to figure it out. I can't, like, I can do everything on parallels. I just can't log on to the internet. I can log on. Like, it works no problem. Crap.
The whole hold up
I've never been.
Again? You were right. We are writing notes for your financial and everything for that.
Short case is that.
You are.
Yeah, but they can, I think they can charge any, when they show at least.
My wife made another batch of So what happened to your car? Seriously. Well, like, what's wrong with it? Apart from the whole that is come off, the black rubber thing. Yeah, that's the piece of brake caliper. Yeah. He cannot put it in. He tried to put it in, but he was not able to do that. Okay. So he figured out two ideas. The one is buying brand new brake caliper, which costs $500. What is how much? Like, is it possible to do it or is it done? I don't know. But the second, there's another option for that. In the as you can see over there, there's a brake caliper which includes the whole ring.
Well, we got a. Oh, where everyone's going. We got a class right now.
So I asked him to order that part so that so figure out if we can fix it, not just replacing the entire brake caliper. So well, if I have to buy the brand new brake caliper, it's $500 only for the brake caliper. How about the sleeper? I don't know. It's some auto is it okay? Is it well, because I think because the clip falls off, you know. It was like Photoshop. I visited, they refused to use Photoshop. Oh really? It was really weird. They refused to. It's my car. So is it better to go to Porsche? Oh, but it's too far.
What's that?
Do you look at the eBay daily game? It's like if you go to just ebay.com.
Well, there's a brake, there's a piston in the brake caliper, and one of them.
Well, sorry,
Yeah.
I'll be right there. There's a little.
And you know, with this brake. Well, yeah. I did some
Nice. Plug in, and it's got
we just
like 1,300 radio stations from over 100
garage.
countries.
Initially, it's just
Wow.
I just
Plug it in and wow.
and it goes straight to like.
That's pretty cool.
The parking connector. That's not just disconnect the operator, but it's like. But it's my side brake is also kind of automatically adjusting side brake. So I was trying to you want to try to no, he didn't actually. I know this. We are trying to fix it. He is trying to fix it. But he was not sure about it. Oh, by the way, yeah, probably we don't need that, but I have the electronic copy of the book for MIS. Oh, you do? Oh, I have that. Yeah, you have those. Not really. Just one. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Just write a little bullshit. Just like I did for another MIS report.
You mean you don't take all those assignments completely serious?
Well, actually, first 5 assignments, I really read them everything and summarized them.
Yeah. Especially since we're done. I mean, other than the book report, the other ones we don't have to do them. They just said she'll count it towards our final grade. So.
Oh, by the way, do you know the auto repair shop called Data? Data? D-E-D-A? Data?
Yeah. I do.
Oh yeah. Is it weird that they cannot replace the caliper? They have the piston inside the. They cannot, like, he's not able to push it back in.
That's pretty common. So you got to replace the whole caliper.
Really?
Yeah.
Which costs $500?
For what you drive, wouldn't surprise me.
Because you know why? Your car is your caliper is Brembo. Yeah, Brembo.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty common. There's the cylinder in there will stick sometimes.
Really common? Oh my.
Yeah. Well, it's not as common on Brembos. Usually they last a lot.
Yeah, we're just trying to, trying to upgrade my car. Initially, we took out the rotor, right? We took out everything. Then somehow the parking brake expand. Then we forget to connect. So we didn't figure out that we just have to disconnect it. Then. I was just, I was just trying to save $200. Now I have to pay $500.
Sometimes how it happens.
Yeah, that's a good experience. Maybe it'll be helpful when you change your. Oh hell! But I think it's just I don't get how the parking brake just expand when you pick up your. It sometimes happens, I guess.
Well, there's tension.
So you just have to pick out the plug behind?
Oh, actually, you can there should be a disc. It's just a cable, right? And when you pull on the cable, it expands out the shoes like a drum brake works. Well, on that cable, there's a quick disconnect. So you just disconnect the cable from the handbrake part, and then there's no tension going back to the brakes.
So you just can fit in.
Yeah, and then you can actually almost push them together by hand.
Well, yeah, actually that was a problem when we took out the brake rotor from the wheel. The side brake expanded,
Yeah.
And I couldn't fit my new brake rotor in there.
So we are trying to.
Yeah, we are trying to,
Yeah. So did you disconnect the parking brake?
No.
So I was like, I was inside trying to find like internet. Bob was like,
yeah, I was
around.
well, I was reading the repair manual,
Mm-hmm.
and it says the side brake is also kind of automatically adjusted.
Yeah.
So I turn on the car and hit the brake, and that moment,
Oh no!
it popped out.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I went from a bad situation to a really, really bad
I'm
one.
so ignorant.
So now you've got it down at Dita?
My car is in Dita.
How'd you drive it down there?
I'm sorry?
How did you drive it down there?
Oh, actually, I called a tow car.
Okay.
You know what's another problem right now? After the piston drop, the cable leaks. The fluid, it sort of touches it and it sort of leaks.
It what now?
Like, so basically, the brake fluid is all spilled from there.
Oh.
So on top of that, coming out.
You lost the brake fluid.
Yeah. So we cannot do anything
Gosh.
anymore.
You have to bleed it.
Yeah, you have to bleed it. Which I'm not. I sort of know how, but like you require 2 people at least.
You do, yeah. It's really easy. There's a little brake bleeder on the bottom,
Just like-
and you open it, and then somebody pushes on the brakes, and then you close it, and then they let off the brake. And
Multiple
then,
times, right?
yeah, you got to do it till no air comes out, because if there's even a little bit of air in the system, you won't have
There's no
brakes.
pressure.
Yeah. What'll happen is there'll be fluid, and this fluid will just compress the air, and it won't touch the rest of the fluid, and then your brakes won't work. So
That's
it's
why I
exciting.
told Bob, like if you touch that fluid, there is no pressure on the brake.
Anyway, I'm so ignorant.
It happens. It's part of learning. I mean, it's part of learning.
But I'm sorry, Bob.
Well, yeah, my car is in the data shop for about, it's been a week.
Oh no.
It's not repaired.
Well, it's
Is he gonna
working in
check
process.
him for the storage?
No, not for storage. No, shouldn't.
Ooh. Well, anyway, the guy in the data shop was pretty nice. Yeah, and
But I just got a great message. Sorry, go ahead.
we actually brought my car to the ICS.
You know why?
Just in front of your house.
Yeah.
And they refused to fix Porsche.
Really?
So they sent me to the data shop.
Wow.
I don't get the truck, Dr. Munson.
Wow.
Well, he said he's not able to,
There's no truck.
or he's not willing to fix the Porsche.
Oh, you can order something before.
Okay. Yes, we put it on like. But I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's my ignorance.
就把全部翻成英文。我在问，因为我觉得他是说中文
Changing my rotor and brake. Would you mind coming over and fix that?
就我很久没 update，我现在可以写2个，可以写字就好，就感觉多了好多，感觉多好多。
What?
就你是写过104？
No, it's for my tax return. Yeah, I did the smart thing and invested
Investing
in a turbo. I can't wait. I've been waiting like 2 months now for him to build it, because when I ordered it, I gave him my specs, like this is how I want it built. He's like, yeah, I can do that. I was like, okay, great. how long will it be? He's like, oh, a week, maybe 2. Calls me up like 3 weeks later. There's a national back order on the exhaust housing I need, so.
How much does it cost?
It's about $1,800. Yeah.
那有要回台湾吗？你有订机票吗？还没订。你把机票订了。
We can fix that.
你机票都去哪里订？都去网络。How big is Taro? Is this big?
Not quite that big. The that you know is like the right. Gotta get it.
I like giving her something I know what they're
Oh, I know what. Socks. That's how you say
Caleb, you saw now I'm like,
We got some basketball this weekend. Exciting. 12 years of humiliation, I finally won my.
All right.
All right. And it's all not based on my Final Four. I only got to get the Final Four.
I don't think anyone could win based on their Final Four because it was the rough one.
We had about 50 players, and nobody had Michigan State. 2 people had Butler, and from West Virginia. Yeah, I think it's the worst collective Final Four that we've ever had. Not that any of the teams are bad. Okay, anyway, all right. So today we're going to play the distribution game. This is a nice one. We will be starting inventory theory on Wednesday, so this is a nice way to kind of introduce some of the concepts before we look at formulas. So here's how the game works. Hopefully you all are able to download and get this screen that looks like this. This represents what's called a multi-echelon inventory situation. 2 echelons. We first order our goods from a supplier, and those are sent to a central warehouse. And then this warehouse feeds 3 different retail outlets that have their own demand. Okay. So the length, and we'll play a few games here during our time together this morning. Each game that we play lasts 200 days, and the review period is 1 day. So literally every day you have to make a decision on whether or not to order. And then you pass time the next day. So, for example, if I just hit go, you'll see that the days are 1, and nothing else happened except the initial inventory of my retailer went down a little bit. I started with 20 at each store, and my demands here are the white numbers. So I had a demand of 4 units the first day. There were 20 in there, so now I've got 16 left. Down here, there was no demand, so I've still got 20. Okay? And this 120 is going to sit in the central warehouse until I order from myself, until I order from my central warehouse. You'll see we've already incurred some costs and had some sales. So we sold 5 products. You can see up there the sales price is $100, so we made $500 in revenue. The purchase price is $70 per unit, so 5 times 70 is $350. So my gross margin there was $150 that first day. I didn't order anything, so I didn't have an order cost. I did have what's called holding costs. For every unit I have in the system, I will pay holding costs, which is the cost of having inventory. And the costs that we are experiencing are a yearly $14.70. So if you divide that by 365, that's the cost per day of holding. If it's in the top part, that's considered in the central warehouse. If it's in the retailer, it's at the retail store. And as we see in most cases, it costs more to hold at the retailer than it does at the warehouse. In our case, if we held a unit for a whole year, it costs $17.50 to do it at the retailer, $14.70 at the warehouse. Now, every time we order from the warehouse, we pay $200, no matter how many we buy. And every time we order from each retailer, it's $2.75. Okay, so, and how do you order? You put your cursor here in the box. So I'll go to supplier and I'll say I want to order 100 units, and then maybe I'll order for that first retailer. So I'm going to this box here on the left-hand side. Say I want to order 34 units for them. That's all I want to do this time. So I hit go, and what happens? Now it's day 2, so we're into our second day. Look at my ordering cost, $202.75, because I placed one order at the warehouse, one at the stores. My holding cost continues to go up, as it will, as long as you have any units in your system, you'll pay for that. And then these trucks start moving. And there's actually lead time. It takes time for the trucks to move. You'll notice I had to click 5 times before the red truck disappeared. Okay? So your lead time to get from the warehouse to each store is 5 days. The lead time to get from the supplier to the warehouse is 15 days. So we have, if you think about how do I get something from the supplier all the way here, it's 20 days, right? So you need to be thinking ahead. You can order every period if you'd like. Wireless thing. So I could order here, and then order again, and have trucks on top of each other. I can have trucks down here. Now, what I can't do, notice if I try to order 100, I have 63 in my warehouse. I'm trying to order 100 for the second retailer. If I do that, it's only going to submit what it can, which is 63. That's all that it could go. Okay, so you can't order more than is available. Also, I think there's a 99 unit limit shipping from the warehouse, and from the supplier it might be, I don't know, 999 or something. I'm going to put 1,000 in, see what it says. Yeah, so the most you could ship from the supplier at any one time is 999. And so you just keep clicking as the days go by, and your trucks deliver, etc. As soon as the 100 finally reaches there on day 17, now I have 100 in the warehouse, and now I can order again. If my warehouse is empty, I can't order at the retailers. What happens at the retailer if you don't have any units? Well, you're going to lose the sale. So here we had a demand of 2. We didn't have any inventory. You know, in some circumstances you can back order product, but in this game it's a lost sale. So that's $30 you didn't get times 2 units. And that'll happen every time you miss a sale. So obviously you're kind of trying to balance some different things here. You want to fulfill as much demand as you can, because that's $30 each time you do it. But you want to do it in kind of a cost minimizing way. If you order all 200 days, that's going to be a lot of setup costs, maybe low holding costs. If you try to order in big bunches at a time, very seldom, you'll have low setup costs, but you'll be holding a lot of inventory for a long time, and those holding costs are built up. That's kind of the trade-off there. And we're just trying to make the most profit, which is revenue minus cost of goods sold, minus the setup cost, minus the holding cost. Demand is uniformly distributed, integer uniform between 0 and 4. So you'll notice every time you click the go button, all those numbers, demand numbers, are 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And those are random. While they're random, we're actually all playing the same game. So we can, because it's the random, you know anything about simulation, we're starting with the same random seed, so we're all getting the same demand pattern. You know, it's random. That allows you to compare your score against everybody else. Okay. Well, can I answer any questions? So what we'll be doing as we go from game to game is change the conditions a little bit. Okay, so we'll try to play maybe 4 or so today, which means 10 or 15 minutes per game. So you can't spend forever, you know, pretty much every 5 minutes you ought to be about halfway through the game. So if everybody's ready, what you need to do is go File, New, and it should blank out your screen. You should have 120 units at your warehouse, 20 units at each of the retailers. Say day 0, and you should have no cost or revenue yet. Everybody have that? Yes. Still no? I'll be there in a second. Okay, so if you're ready, go ahead and begin. Day 1. If you want to place an order, put the number in the boxes on the left side. If you don't, just click the go button and let another day go by. You can order every time or seldom or something in between.
Yeah.
You want to sit next to me?
I can sit next to you.
Windows 7.
We're working.
You applying that strategy?
I am.
I like it.
I'm doing this. Between the number of
Windows 7 doesn't like the
This is the game night.
and the total delivery time is 90 days for 5 days to 20 days and 25 days.
100 days, so.
But
Are you just trying to pull the game up? Did you download the file? Let's see. It should be. It might be that one. Yes, do you want to put it? Okay, because is it okay? Are we in downloads right now? It's not under your downloads, is it? Because it's like an exe file. Okay. What if you just go back to the page and pull it up again? In case homepage. And just go to distribution. Can we just go to the... Do you want to just pull it again? Because I'm not sure which file it is on yours. Because I'm sure. It's the distribution. I'm trying to see that one right there. That's the double click. Try this one. I don't know.
I think
Let's say one more time. No, but that's the one.
5 days out.
It's the X. That should
No strategy there. Just plugging in. Wow, that's quick.
Just play it.
Just play. Just plug it
Feel free to try.
What's that? No, whatever you want. Up to 99 for the retailer and up to 999 for the supplier.
What? No. How bad it is.
Are you in a new project?
No.
Gone through it once already. Write down your
not good at this, right?
Man, write down your profit and then feel free to try a practice one real quick while we let everybody catch up. Yes.
Evan's computer has the same problems.
Okay, I mean, guys, there's. That's why I asked last Wednesday everybody to try this before class. Now this wouldn't happen. We can try on mine. It's probably the easiest. So I don't know. I haven't tried it on Windows 7, so I don't have an answer here in the middle of class for you. Let me see if it works on mine, and maybe we could use mine.
That's like, you like to think of it like a part of yeah, the tires, wait a little bit, send it four tires.
Well, I want to get one extra computer, right?
How did you do that first time?
How are we doing? You need more time? Okay. Well, if you finish, go ahead and write down your profit.
What did you have profit?
You're welcome to come practice again. Let's see if we can finish this first one in 3 or 4 minutes. We go till 30 now. If you want to try a second round again, or the first one again, real quick, finish before 12:30.
Discussion? No, sorry. Oh.
26,000.
I'm 155 or 40,000.
Everyone just constantly do the same thing. Really?
I have no idea.
Oh.
No idea.
So this is actually the next one we're gonna do. This one? I didn't say play game one, I said you file this and go.
So we're supposed to copy the thing properly.
Just jot it down.
Sure.
Because you have to take
So after we finish our practice round,
What?
after we finish our practice round, should we start game one?
Well, I think we're gonna, no, not quite. Anybody else need more time for round game one? Communicate. Okay. Now, for the first one that we did, let's see, did anybody make more than $30,000? Why didn't you raise your hand?
I didn't want to hold up the whole class. I didn't want to be the last week and wait all the way.
But then you did hold up. They go how many more days?
Did you win?
144.
You
Oh, did you win?
All right.
A couple minutes or so, right?
I'll sit quiet.
Who else need more time that didn't? I did already, but I did
Warehouse investment. It's lower than yours, yeah. I got 40,000 number one.
Yes.
Cheers. Number of retail inventory. Oh, so you put. No, so what's the cost of the
God will give them to you.
29,558. You don't say
Okay, so, raise your hand if it's 38,000. Sam did, how about 29, what do you get, Sam?
30,120.
3197.
140.
How about 29,500?
29,558. 29,905.
29,558. So, I tried this using some formulas that we're going to learn. So let's see if those have any value or not. I did it. I got 31,000. Okay, so good job. Feel free to take a couple chocolates.
Thank you. You're all together, right?
A couple. Okay, what we're going to do this time, as a couple of people have already practiced, is what's called game 1.prm. Now the difference is in demand. Our demand is now uniformly distributed between 0 and 10. So your average is 5, right? Instead of 2.5, or 2 on okay, so 2.5 times more demand, same idea, but you're going to run out of inventory quicker, of course. So you should expect higher profit and a little worse fill rate than you experienced before. So the way to get it, and Kelsey, you're welcome to come back, is to go File, Open, not Save As, File, Open, and if you put your downloaded files in the right place, you should see all 5 here as an option for you. So you click on game1.prm and hit OK. So otherwise, it looks exactly the same, but you'll notice once you start playing that the demands are higher, between 0 and 10. Okay, so open game1.prm. And you're free to start. Try to finish by a quarter till. Same strategy.
There's some strategy. I'm going to look over your shoulder and see what you do, and we'll make it somewhere else.
She's kind of watching this game. He's the one in front. You're welcome to. You don't have to sit here and do nothing.
Oh, I found a program that lets you run older programs on Windows 7.
See if it works.
When I downloaded it, it just came up with JP. Been doing that for years.
Yeah, I'm not doing solid this one. I was going the first one, so.
Yeah, I'm thinking in there. Yes. Right, so that means we ordered 50, the 50 came out of the warehouse, started on the truck. More days, 5 days later, we're going to do it. Well, you have to replenish the warehouse, so it's 500, once it gets there, you have 500 in the warehouse, then you can order. Yes. Right, and you can order every day, you don't have to wait till it arrives, you can have another truck. A few days later, right. Or you can, right, if you order, right. Thank you. And you don't have to order all 120. And that's
Okay. How much do you get? Oh, so close.
I'm speaking
Steve, so much.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. He was pretty bad too.
I give up.
72.6.
Okay.
726.
Dang, son.
I don't think it's very good. I had a bad strategy to start. I started copying six. That's business right there. That's smart business. You wouldn't the best competitors do it.
Sam Corporation value.
70.
75.
That's what I ran into too. It's like, whoa. Yeah.
But I don't care as long as I beat it.
It's all right.
I had way too much inventory now.
It's going between 1 and 10, so it's on average 5.
Yeah.
7 more minutes on this one.
Yeah, I can see. Those big long groups, I had a couple of those. Way too big. I don't know if copy said four things.
Did he do work?
Oh. Oh.
Shoot.
Yeah.
That was my strategy.
75?
75.
Liar.
This was a nice big kid once. The guy was all excited because he won like 85,000 and everything. It's not possible. Finally, I realized it was negative.
Wow, that's pretty impressive though.
Yeah, he's 70s and that's
Four more minutes on this one.
looks like Bob is really high.
Wow, how much you get? 100? 65? 165?
What do you get, Bob? 74?
Wow.
What you got over there? How many days were we going? 200. I got 69. I got 10 cans per hour. Not doing too hot.
How many is it?
Yeah.
What do you do? Huh?
Going down. Air pressure in the Not here. Here.
Is the holding cost is expensive?
The warehouse of course is less. Oh yeah.
Need a couple more seconds, everybody? Raise your hand. Okay.
It's gonna be long.
Okay, the next page.
Okay. All right, let's see how we did. Raise your hand if you got at least 75, that was it? I would have.
Something's
You know, 270?
75, 100.
And then, what, 74, 500? 74,000? How much you back?
72, 6.
Okay, so using these formulas, we will be learning. I have 77,260. All
All right, I'll deliver these goods here in a second. Let's go on to game 3. Game 3. Okay, that one is quite different. We're back to our old demand of 0 to 4, but the lead times are 1 day only. So the truck will appear and appear and appear, deliver, appear, deliver. Nice.
For both supplier and...
Both, right, both legs. So try to go fast because there's a lot of kind of, you know, this could take long, but don't take long. Let's finish by the 1 o'clock hour. This is my worst performing one, so you may beat me, a couple of you. Figure out a different strategy. Zero to 4 again. So back to the first one.
Is the lead time on the supplier for all?
Should both be 1, yeah.
So these are given, and then you just have to do your supplier, and then these ones. And so you can choose the ones.
All right.
You can go up type with
What on is that?
and then so that in this one just takes one.
I know. It goes back.
Are we doing actual game 3 or game 2 since we started on not game 1?
When you open it, game 3 up here. You should do better than the first one we played, right? Because same conditions but shorter lead time. So everybody should get a higher profit than this time.
Probably.
I don't know, it's better than my first one.
Okay.
By double.
Well, that's great.
Yes, take so long.
God, I got you.
Oh, you think so?
I'm like a Buddhist monk, I'm so down.
Feeling late, 98.7% right.
7,500.
Oh, I'm owning you.
Remember, when the manager on a 4, like if you order 10, that'll last you about 5 days. It can, but keep in mind things holding out. Certainly don't want to order the thousands. So on average, it sells about 400 each store for the morning.
Go ahead and finish it.
So it's double, maybe about 26. Oh wow. Oh yeah. You ever be in my Ponzi scheme? I'll give you a 30% return. It's good. Good deal. Good. So you can tell all your professor friends, 30% return, retire. Twenty percent return if you invest 100,000. 30% return if you invest $500,000. Stick to Mexico.
What day on
103.
Ada 29 tak na?
Just shy of 30K dog. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Big paper over here.
It takes me like half the time of my visit to get almost
29,716.
Dang it! Mike, how much?
29,570.
We got Dotteroo.
Oh, I got one place to go.
Who mounts you did? Really small mounts.
It takes me half the time to finish it.
Evan?
Evan's doing
Yeah, I was doing
Yes,
this
I'll do on
60
high.
and then 20.
1,000.
Yo,
That's only at $200
$29,716.
for this one, you see?
She got
But
29.9
The holding
though.
cost mine is like 5,000. So
What'd you get? 32? What are you dealing under the side? You got Teamsters working for you? I thought that was you on the cover.
The holding cost is lower.
Two and a half for that. 200.
My customer is happy.
Always get it good.
I just want to sit down in the window and figure it out. I know.
Higher warehouse inventory or lower?
Are you done?
Always lower. Still be good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
31, 30.
Let's go.
Why is it you for?
No, it's really,
99.5.
it's really cool.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like these videos.
We have at the very end in the cycle warehouse. I have been
a logistic.
We call those
Keep on delicious.
Yeah, zero.
Yeah, good.
I don't think you're really in the, I don't think I'm in the roots.
In this case, the volume was higher. I would have too much.
What's the order?
Setup.
No, not that. I just play like, all right, 75 euros.
Yeah, I can make many orders. I try to make many.
You want double?
Yeah, just keep double.
I should have really like looked at these numbers.
Not problem.
That's the point.
Just that would be
It's not working very well.
Was that 40,000?
Didn't work. What'd you get, Mom?
Yeah, okay. No, it's not as fun because it's not as pretty, right? Or in trucks, pretty colors. Let's see, if you got at least 32,000. How much?
32,000.
He lies.
076?
07.
That's, I got, how much more, 32,000. How about 31,005? Yeah, great. What do you all get? 31,900, 904, and
31,765.
31,765. Okay. Last game. Okay, we're back to our 15:15 on lead time. And our demand is once again 0 to 10. We should be making, at least 60,000.
The difference then from game one is the following. The setup cost from the supplier is now just $50 instead of $200. And the holding cost at the warehouse is now $58.80 per year instead of $14.70, and at each retailer it's $70 again per year. You divide that by 365, that's how much you pay per day. Okay? So the holding cost went up, the setup cost at the warehouse went down. Okay? So this game is game 5. Open up game 5.prm. Try to finish by 13 or 14 after it's PM.
Let's see.
Don, I didn't know you could become a millionaire in this game, but I guess you can. What comes after a trillion? There's no money. You can't make up numbers.
cool.
Oh. It totally threw me off.
Stop it.
Fever rate 76%.
But you can make your last order if you need it. I forgot to do that. It was like, yeah, 45 days left. That sucks.
See, look how you can tell I always drop off when you start talking to me.
Try to finish in the next minute.
No, every time someone's talking to me, I just start dropping, like I start like losing.
Oh, the old, my legs hurt, I can't finish it.
You want one?
Anybody need a couple more seconds? Okay, hopefully you can stick with me for a fast debrief. Let's see, anybody make more than 60,000? 61,000? 52,000? 3, okay. Wait, you said it didn't work.
Right, I've got that 3 days there.
You
got
what?
3 days there and a half.
3 days were left.
Still got 190 something.
Wait a minute, do you remember what it was?
I don't remember. I do 12 days.
Okay, Bob. Review 121. Lindsay?
63,609.
Great. Well, tell you what, I think we'll give you okay, I got 67,000.
I got 66.
This last game is interesting compared to game 1 because we do worse, even though the setup cost was cut by 1/4. Those holding costs really get you. And the distance between me and the players is normally much greater in this game. And I'll try to explain why very quickly. So, a few issues. I think we have a lot to learn when we do our formulas. The main thing is to try to keep your setup and holding costs pretty similar. So if you weren't getting close to these numbers, it's probably because either your fill rate was too low, you weren't selling enough, or the setup cost was much higher than the holding cost, or vice versa. So if your answer had them pretty similar, you probably did pretty well. This is your software. It can be used, keep it, practice it. You could use it in a real situation. You can go in, it's a little cryptic, but you could go in and change all this stuff. You have the length of the game you want, different demand types, different costs, etc. You could use it as a good training tool, I think, for your people. You could become a manager somewhere. And maybe after we go through the formulas, you can go back through and try to play it again with formulas, see if you do any better. It's always starting at the same point, so you always have the same demand every time you play it, unless you change the starting point, which you can do. And come see me if you're interested in that. One thing is, we'll talk about integer multiples. There's no reason, if you've decided like to order 20 every time from the warehouse retailers, you ought to be ordering 60 or 120 or 180 every time from the warehouse. There's no reason to have a little bit left in the warehouse if you're not going to order in those quantities. Also, end of game, you should have been empty at the end of the game. You certainly shouldn't have been ordering from the warehouse after day 180, and it often takes us a few games to realize that. Right? The fill rate goes down as your demand goes up because it's more variable, more likely to run out, not have enough. So that we expect to see. And then on the last game, if you use the EOQ, and there really wasn't time for you to even compute it today, but 2 times the setup cost times the holding cost over demand should have been what you ordered every time from the retailer. In the last game, this goes down by 4. Oh, I think another 4. There we go. This goes down by 4, this goes up by 4. So it should have been the square root of 1/16. So your order sizes in the last game should have been a fourth the size of the second game we played. And they probably weren't. You all probably didn't catch that. So they should have been much lower in this later game because the holding cost was quite high. All right, so since we had enough variety here, I'll go ahead and give, you got first place 3 points of bonus homework points, second place 2, third place 1. And what? Congratulations if that was you, and we'll see you all on Wednesday.
Dr. Manson, how about improvement? Points. Come on.
Yes, great. It was better than knowledge. You know, great.
Don't want it back. Yeah, I'm
All right.
What is that?
Yeah.
No problem. Do I do it?
Your final board effort right there?
Of course not.
Let's take it off here.
Dying to watch it. Like you was not. Needed Kentucky to win that one.
Finishing half an hour. After that, I may need to be there. Half an hour.
I'm going to spend like another hour when they have like to get out of this.
Hey, wait. You applying for the new ticket? Okay, good. Okay. Sure. See you tomorrow. Hey, have you filled it? Have you filled it?
Red roll.
Oh. What do you got? The brewery burger. That is good. Thank you, Laura.
So I mean, I was in RD. Oh, this one?
You did have this indigenous dual house.
That's actually
You had this book before.
No, I have a little bit of location. Then I had to get first year. 3 years.
Would you like a picture of the view, right?